This is the Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina, where the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships continue on this Friday evening. 8 races on deck, plus platform diving, as more conference titles are on the line here in North Carolina. Hi and welcome everyone. Steve Schlanger once again with the Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, and it always seems like there's just a little extra energy in the building on a Friday night, and especially with the collective passion you see in the relays, which we will have later on this evening. And also a lot of the big names are back in the pool tonight as well.
Yeah, we're going to have so much fun, Steve. As you said, the relays count for double points, so each of these teams is going to want to do the best that they can. And you're talking about superstars. On the women's side, we're going to see Katie Burkhoff for the first time individually in the 100 backstroke. This is what she is known for. Also, Alex Walsh back in the pool in the breaststroke. So tonight we have got so much excitement. I cannot wait.
And here are the standings coming into the night. On the women's side, UVA again having a monster event, as they always seem to here at the ACCs. Louisville in second and NC State in third. And our first event of the evening is the women's 200-yard butterfly, the C final. Eight lengths of the pool. A reminder, each length is 25 yards. And this is the first of 3 races for the women in this particular event. The B final to come, and then the A final, as we just settle in to this third night of our coverage here from Greensboro. Amy, what strikes you about this race as we commence with the swimming?
This race is brutal. I was a butterflyer but could never do the 200 butterfly. You've got butterfly plus a mid-distance event. This is all about strategic planning with you and your coach on how you're going to do this. You've got to remember on the last 50 yards, you want to drive your hips to get your arms up and over. You want to relax your arms so you're having them do as little work as possible. I know that sounds weird, but that's why you use your hips. That's why you see that undulation on the butterfly stroke.
When it comes to degree of difficulty and just the challenge of any race in swimming, where does this one fall?
This one is the top. If you tell anybody you swim butterfly, you will always get a gasp. You know, butterflyers are known for having big lats, big shoulders, and there is a reason for that. You're using all of your body to get your arms up and over, and it just is grueling.
Swimmers are ringing the pool here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Even though it's just a C final, this event all about the energy and the collective spirit of these schools, these swimmers. If you're not in the pool competing, you're right there on the deck supporting whoever from your team is in the water.
You know, I was talking to NC State's head coach, Brandon. He was telling me he wasn't sure he wanted a combined meet, but now that they're combined, he is so thrilled with all the energy that these athletes give each other.
Up there in lane number 5, that is Caroline Shebley, a sophomore from North Carolina State, who brings it home first. She gets the win over Morgan Miller in lane 6 from Virginia Tech.
And a nice time for Caroline. She went under 2 minutes, which is really, that's kind of the benchmark for the 200 butterfly, is to get under that 2-minute mark, and she did it, and did it in a nice fashion.
So North Carolina State with the win in the first race of the evening. 3 Virginia Tech swimmers lined up 2nd through 4th. So our first winner of the evening, Caroline Shebley, makes her way off the deck, and we are told there could be an issue with one of the Virginia Tech swimmers. We'll see what happens and how that unfolds. Meanwhile, they get set for the B final here, which will feature a pair of freshmen, one from Florida State, one from Notre Dame, and 2 seniors also in this next race as well, representing the Irish and Georgia Tech.
As these girls sit behind the blocks getting ready to go. Each of them thinking about something different, just trying to concentrate, trying to calm your nerves. Because remember, you're going from a still state to racing all out. And so that is really tough. So that's what these ladies are thinking about.
All right, so the issues, whatever they may have been cleared up. Nothing to prevent the race from proceeding here, and the start list for this consolation final and the women's 200-yard butterfly.
Check your mark.
It has been a while since the meet record was set in this particular event. Some 4 years ago, while the pool record here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center was set 8 years ago.
You know, you'll notice a lot in the 200 butterfly, the athletes will not stay underwater as long as they would in the 100 butterfly. The reason is you've got to save your legs. Your legs are the biggest muscle in your body. They're going to use the most oxygen. And so you've really got to conserve that. And so you'll probably do maybe 4 to 8 underwater dolphin kicks. Whereas, again, if you're swimming the 100, sometimes you go up to that second red buoy, which is 15 meters.
Catherine Purnell in lane number 4 from Duke. Slight lead in that dark cap.
She's looking really, really good right now. She's nice and relaxed, staying nice and low on the water. We'll see her come up again here. Nice undulation. You can see her booty is getting up and out of the water, and that is something that she's going to have to concentrate on as we hit the last 50, because you've got to get those arms up and over. Again, I cannot stress it enough. Use your legs to get your arms over.
Is that harder to do the more tired you get?
Absolutely, and you'll see a lot of swimmers almost starting to swim instead of on top of the water, where their legs start to sink, so they're almost swimming up and down, and it is awful to watch. It's painful for everybody involved.
She is extending her lead here. Catherine Purnell, lane number 4. The Duke Blue Devils with 2 swimmers in this heat. And hoping to get their first victory of the night. Purnell, pretty much from start to finish, wire to wire, is going to get the win here in the women's B final of the 200-yard fly.
The team all excited. She's excited. I'll tell you what, it's hard to throw a pumper after winning a 200 butterfly, though. That is exhausting. And you could even see at the very end of that race, her hips started to sink just a little bit as she got more tired. And that's when you really have to think about getting your backside up.
Catherine Purnell in a time of 1:56.24, the Duke Blue Devil with the victory in the B final. And time now for the first A final of the night. Here in this women's 200-yard fly, and a trio of Abbies in the middle of the pool are who you want to focus on. Abby Harder in lane 3, the junior from Virginia. Abby Hay next to her in lane 4, the senior from Louisville. And Abby Aarons, lane 5, the junior from North Carolina State. The meet and conference records from several years ago. If they're set tonight, it'll be a new swimmer producing that mark. And there is Abby Hay, who will be in the Abby Sandwich with 2 other Abbies bracketing her. Hay, the 2-time All-American and native of Pittsburgh.
And this morning she had a really good swim. She went 1:54.6. I definitely think she can improve on that tonight, as she's got all of this energy behind her. So we'll see what the, as you called it, Abby Sandwich can do.
Abby Aarons next to her in lane 5, the defending champion, a 4-time All-American and native of Raleigh. True hometown girl for the Wolfpack, staying close to home to swim for North Carolina State. And then,
sorry, Steve, I was just going to say what is so cool is that this entire crowd is so wound up tonight. I don't think we have an empty seat. The energy is palpable.
as we said earlier, it's Friday night. You're at the pool. time to rock.
Why not? Let's have a tailgate. We might as well. I think some of these parents may have been tailgating. I haven't confirmed that yet.
Take your mark.
And here we go with the A final of the women's 200 butterfly. Some wonderful butterflyers in this heat right here. You're going to see some of these ladies are going to take it out a lot faster than others, as with every race. But again, you know, it's just the strategy behind this, how good you're feeling and how rested you are.
Abby Aarons in lane 5, a slight lead here at this next turn. Going out fast, but not much of an advantage right now.
Now, Abby Hay, who is in the middle right there of the Abby sandwich, really had a great turn. I love her turn. She gets over so quickly. She whips those dolphin kicks, and that's where, if anything, she is catching up.
And Abby Harder in lane number 3, also making a move, the native of Virginia, and an All-American in this event each of the last 2 years.
And look for her to come on this last 100, because this is where she really comes on. She likes to hold back that first 100, and here we go.
Lanes 3, 4, and 5, as we expected. That's where the battle is coming from. Lane 5, Abby Aarons, still a very slim margin. But in lane 3, Abby Aarons pulling up alongside and almost stroke for stroke here. This is going to go down to the wall. Abby Aarons in lane 5 trying to hold them off, and she is going to get the victory if she keeps this pace the rest of the way.
Oh, here we go, the last 50. Look at Abby Hay under the water forever. Look at that. That is where she caught up those whippy dolphin kicks. She's got to bounce off this wall if she has any chance of winning this event.
Aarons, big turn there. Can Abby Hay in lane number 4 make up the ground? Also, Abby Harder in lane 3, also trying to recover, but it is going to be in lane number 5, Abby Aarons, who goes the distance. Start to finish to get the win.
I will tell you what, she swam almost a perfect 200 butterfly. Those words will not come out of my mouth very often, but here is the finish. Here she is right there, and you can see she is just getting those hips up. She dove into the wall, streamlined into the wall. That's how you do it. Oh, and congratulations to everybody, but what a well-swum race for her. Go back.
She runs it back and wins this event for the 2nd consecutive year. The 4-time All-American, swimming in college in her hometown of Raleigh, for this very potent North Carolina State program.
And again, I talk about it all the time. The sportsmanship is incredible. What's also incredible is that she just won that with a 152, and she seems hardly out of breath.
It's not fair, is it?
Not even a little bit.
Now this is how she brought it home and sealed the deal.
And look at that. It looks like Abby Hay was kind of trying to make a run there, but watch the very top of your screen. See right there. She dove down and streamlined, and then, yes, gave the NC State Wolfpack symbol to everybody. So exciting. What a great win for her and a great win for NC State.
And she will now join us momentarily. Abby, congratulations. You led just about start to finish, but it was close the entire way. What was your level of concern as you tried to finish it off?
And I think everyone that does that race knows it's like, am I going to make it? Am I not? Like, you just got to hope, you know, you can hold on and that training kicks in. So I don't know. I was pretty concerned, but also not concerned.
Well, Abby, I'm a little bit concerned right now just talking to you because you just won the 200 butterfly for the 2nd year in a row, and you are hardly out of breath. How is that even possible?
Hardly out of breath. You know, I think I'm pretty out of breath. I don't know.
It doesn't seem like it from up here. You really swam a great race, and I will say that finish was on point. When did you start looking at the finish and kind of planning out how you were going to do that?
I think I started thinking about the finish probably before the last 50. So I was just going for it, I guess.
Abby, great job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Abby Aarons, the champion in the women's 200-yard butterfly for the second year in a row. And when we continue, the men are in the pool for the first time in their 200-yard fly. That's after this here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Time now to slide over to the men, and North Carolina State leading coming into the evening in a sizable margin over second place. Louisville with Virginia Tech in third, Notre Dame and Virginia in fourth and fifth. With the first men's race of the night in front of this very sizable crowd here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. They are packed in within the upper deck. This is the C final in the 200-yard butterfly. The meet conference and pool record here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center belonging to Nicholas Albiero, the son of the Louisville head coach who has completed his career. The meet and conference record set last February.
Steve, you were talking about the crowd, and we got to see them. There were rumors of tailgating. I said I didn't have confirmation. I did just see a parent with a wine tumbler.
Different than the wine barrel that you have often talked about as a metaphor for swimming and the image that you use during your day.
Correct. I think they have that in the back of the truck.
Well, here in this C final, Sebastian Sergail, the freshman from Virginia, not to the early lead in lane number 4. And this meet just getting underway, and something you always have to take into consideration when preparing for an important evening like this in a week-long meet such as the one that we're in the middle of. Nutrition, eating, drinking, you don't do it in the pool, so when do you do it, and how do you time it out and prepare properly?
So that's also with your coach, and that's probably with your school's nutritionist as well. You'll probably eat breakfast in the morning before you head off to the pool. In the afternoon, you will have lunch brought to you because you're warming down, you're getting your body ready for the nighttime. And then these guys and girls are in the pool warming down, getting their bodies ready at night. They don't really have time to go out to get food, so they'll also have food brought in for them at night.
Now Sebastian Sergail still with the lead, but up in lane number 6, Jacob Pishko, the freshman from Louisville, giving him a run. So it's a battle of 2 freshmen at the front of this race.
And Jacob is breathing to the side so he can see what's going on.
And it is going to be Jacob Pishko coming on late. The freshman from Louisville was trailing most of the way, but then made that charge in the final 2 lengths.
Wow, that was a really nice finish to that race. And again, he was breathing to the side, very unconventional. However, there's a lot of great butterflyers who have done it, so I say go ahead and copy it. But he could see what was going on, whereas everybody else was looking at the wall.
So the 2 freshmen duking it out for the top of the standings here in the C final. Louisville coming out first, and now it's on to the B final in this 200-yard fly. All 8 lanes featuring a mix of classes, including 3 freshmen who will be in lanes 5, 6, and 7. 2 from the Fighting Irish, 1 from Louisville. No seniors, though. Heavy on the underclassmen here in this B final lineup.
And it is nice to see some of the underclassmen in these events because that's just talking to the depth of the recruiting that these schools are doing. And that's what you need in a meet like this. You need a lot of depth because you can only have so many superstars making so many points for you. You've got to have those underclassmen in the B and C finals making points as well for you. And they're doing a nice job.
Right now, lane number 5 and lane number 8 at the very front. Tommy Breed, the freshman from Louisville, in lane 5. Bryce Hinkle, the sophomore from Boston College, in lane number 8. And now lane number 2. Boyd Polke, the junior from North Carolina, in that white cap. You see him breathing to the side. You can see his competitor in lane number 1 all the way.
And now he's going to turn, and he'll be able to see the whole rest of the field, which I think bodes for his advantage right there, maybe a little bit. A lot of the side breathers that we've seen in the butterfly this week have been side breathers, so maybe there's something to that.
Well, lane number 5 has the lead. It is still Tate Bacon.
Right here, you've got to start, as Abby said in the women's event, you've got to start focusing on your finish right there at that turn.
Tommy Breed in lane 6 trying to close the gap, but in lane number 5, Tate Bacon, the freshman from Notre Dame, coming to the wall alongside of him, and it's going to be Tommy Breed, who does come from behind on the final length to get the win. Bacon in second. One of the few times we have seen a swimmer come from behind on the final length to get a win.
I have got to show you how he won. Watch this. You can see he's behind. He's right there in the white cap. Watch the finish. Look at that. He dove in, did that one last kick, and drove his hands in there. It was close. That's how he won that race. Fabulous.
Not just a win, but a dramatic one. So Tommy on top for Louisville, and 2 Louisville swimmers in the top 3 here in this consolation race, with the march out onto the deck for the swimmers in the A final of this 200 fly.
I love watching how these different swimmers approach this. Some of them very serious, some of them laughing, some of them listening to music. It's just kind of whatever gets you psyched up for your race, get it done.
Nicholas Albiero, the meet and conference record from last year. And among the featured swimmers to watch, Noah Bowers, the senior from North Carolina State in lane number 4, the native of Roanoke, a 5-time state champion in high school and an NCAA qualifier in this particular race.
He is definitely one to watch, not just at this event, but in the future of swimming. He is really a talent, and I hope that he continues on after his college career.
How did you used to do it? Were you serious? Were you jovial? Were you joking around? How did you approach the walkout onto the pool deck?
Rowdy Gaines called me the assassin with a giggle because I would laugh when we're joking around, but when I'm behind the blocks getting ready, it's all seriousness. I was like these guys, laser focused, jumping around, trying to get my body ready, thinking about what I was about ready to do, but I would never laugh, and heaven forbid I would ever smile.
Did you annoy those around you?
I annoyed everybody. I still do, Steve, as you know.
A pattern that continues later in life.
That's correct.
Now the focus tightens as the race is about to commence.
We're behind the blocks for a really long time. Here we go, calling them up. Nice clean start by everybody. You can hear the crowd going woo, and that's always fun to hear. Now watch this. We are going to have a show here. Noah Bowers right in the middle, lane 4, who we were talking about, loves to take this out fast. As you can see, he wants to just get into his rhythm, get into the race, feel that stroke out. That first 50 kind of chilling out a little bit, letting the adrenaline take over, and now is where he's really going to start going into his race strategy.
Right now it's lane number 5 with the lead. That is Aiden Hayes, the sophomore from North Carolina State, native of Norman, Oklahoma. He's an All-American in this event, a 2-time national high school record holder as well.
And he is looking really strong. I was a little worried when he was taking it out ahead of Noah what was going to happen, but right now he looks strong. Hips up. You can see his whole back out of the water. Just beautiful. Watch that turn. He got his hand really close to his ear, spun over quickly. Love it. And look at how he is just so low on the water, almost dragging his chin. Just beautiful. 150 left to go. We got to use our hips. Use everything you have got to finish and to finish hard.
He was second in the 100-yard butterfly here this week, extending his lead in the 200 now.
He looks so good. Are we going to see a record here, Steve?
This is a dominant North Carolina State men's team. Aiden Hayes showing why here as he gets the victory in the 200-yard fly.
Nice job for him. Not the way he would want to finish that. He did what we call eat the wall, where he came really, really close to it, as opposed to stretching out, but still he got the win. Nice job, Aiden. Let's check out this last turn. Look at that. You can see his booty coming up out of the water. I love it. He's going to hit the wall, and watch how fast he spins over, and he's going to get his hand to his ear. And now watch this finish. I want to tell you what I was looking at here. Obviously, he's in the lead. Now, what do you do there? He's got to eat the wall right there. You see what I was talking about, where you can see some of the other swimmers stretching out. And that's something that does happen. It happened to Michael Phelps in the Olympics, and it happened to Aiden Hayes here at the ACC Championships.
He's a three-time All-American and last year's Conference Men's Freshman of the Year. And after a second-place finish in the 100, now the winner in the 200 here tonight. A pair of North Carolina State swimmers in the top two places, with Josh Fong from Virginia completing the podium.
Oh, yes. I love watching that. And again, I can't get enough of that. I think it's easier to tell when the men don't shave as opposed to the women, just because of the mustaches. Or do you call it a moustache?
Well, I think kind of goes without saying, right?
Moustache.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
So Aiden's set to join us, and we will relive the victory here momentarily.
You can see him getting the headset on.
All right, Aiden, congratulations. Man, you went out fast and you made him chase. Was that the strategy, just to take the lead early and not look back?
Yeah, that was kind of the plan going into tonight. I knew either way, we're in the fourth day of the meet. It's going to hurt at the end no matter what, so I might as well give myself a chance to go fast.
Well, let's talk about that finish a little bit. I mean, as butterflyers, sometimes you hit it long, sometimes you hit it short. You hit it short where you just kind of grit in your teeth like, just get me in there.
Yeah, that last 25, I was just trying to get home as fast as possible, whatever it took. I knew it wasn't going to be a great finish, but I just tried to put my head down and get there as best I could.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the women's 100-yard backstroke featuring the American record holder, Kate Burkhoff. That's coming up next. As we continue, here are the women's standings here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Big margin for Virginia, followed by Louisville and NC State, as we move on to the 100-yard backstroke. C final first. Here are the starters. 3 different swimmers from Florida State represented in the pool, and the meet conference American and pool record belonging to Kate Burkhoff, who we will see in the A final shortly.
The only race where they start in the water is backstroke, and they've got a little ledge. They call it the wedge, because after so many years, they finally figured out that those starting paths are slippery.
I mean, why would they be? They're only surrounded by water, right?
Yeah, exactly. So now they're nice to the backstrokers, and they let them actually use something to hold their feet on, which has helped them immensely.
What do you find are some keys to the backstroke, some intricate, subtle details that people might not know about?
Well, there's a few things, right? You want to be able to sit up in the water, chin to your chest. It's almost the opposite of freestyle, right? Freestyle, you want to be almost flat on the water, round your back, and here you want to kind of sit up. You want to pretend like your spine is the axis that you rotate around, and you want to have your deltoid muscles, your shoulders, sweep right by your ears. Pinkies go in the water first, and there you go, little backstroke.
Claire Jansen in lane 6, the freshman from Pitt, the early lead. She's up near the top of the screen. The lanes go 1 through 8 from the bottom to the top of the screen. And it is going to be Jansen coming home with the victory here.
And also, if you notice there with Claire, she has a nose plug, which is unique to backstrokers. Some backstrokers prefer the nose plug. Some actually can take their upper lip and cover up their nostrils. I could never do that, but there are some that do that. The reason they do that is because, you know, they're underwater on their back and you've got the water shooting into your nose, and so they want to conserve some oxygen, and that's why they wear the nose plug.
Claire Jansen, the Pitt Panther, ahead of the 3 Seminoles in the standings from 2nd through 4th. As we slide along to the B final, up next.
Take your mark.
Nice start by all of those ladies, and you'll notice what you want to do on that start, Steve, is you want to almost jump up and do a back bend and get your entire body up and out of the water and back bend over and almost do a back dive into the water. And so it's a lot of practice. You got to be really flexible, and it's fun to watch.
And this race, just 4 lengths of the pool. And right now, it looks like we've got about a 4-way battle for first here. And in lane number 2 from North Carolina State, Greer Patterson, a sophomore from the Tar Heels, making a nice turn up there in lane number 7 as well. It is Annabelle Crush from North Carolina State. She's now fading. And at the wall, it is going to be Greer Patterson. She hangs on. Oh, the swimmer from UNC, the sophomore, in a narrow victory, wins the B final.
She had a great finish too. She dove down behind her to grab onto that wall almost. It was just really nice. She's really excited about it, as she should be.
Let's go.
North Carolina, Duke, and Louisville in the top 3 here. And it is time now for the A final. And in this 100-yard backstroke, could not be a bigger favorite. The senior from North Carolina State, Kate Burkhoff, who will be in lane number 4. The ACC champion in this event each of the last 3 years. 2-time defending NCAA champion as well. The 22-year-old, who's also a 19-time All-American.
And if her last name sounds familiar to you, it should. Her dad is David Burkhoff, who actually started doing the dolphin kicks underwater on backstroke, and he would come up and take like 1 or 2 strokes and turn, and they called it the Burkhoff Blast.
And that clearly has been passed down to his offspring.
Yes, it has. She is also a tremendous backstroker.
She can blast with the best.
Yes, she can.
A 4-time NCAA champion overall. Her father, the Olympian. And she's had quite the decorated collegiate career as she finishes things off for this very accomplished Wolfpack program. Next to her, Kennedy Noble will be in lane 5. Her teammate, but just a freshman, certainly learning from Kate Burkhoff. Noble, so far here at these ACC championships, just missed out on a top 5 in the 200-yard IM.
And Noble wearing that nose plug, whereas Burkhoff decides not to.
Four lengths of the pool to decide a conference champion.
Lane 2, toes. Take your mark.
And here we go. This will be fun. Obviously, Katie Burkhoff is going to have some great underwaters because I think that is passed down genetically. Also, she's very talented. But look at how fast she whips around on that turn. And that is really what helps her do what she does in this pool.
She's got the lead in lane number 4, right in the middle of the screen. Just sizzling right now.
Oh my goodness, I cannot talk about these turns. Look at those underwaters. You can see using her whole body to just undulate.
Expanding on the margin. One final turn, and Burkhoff pulling away. Looking to make it 4 titles in a row in this race.
Look at her arm spin. Now watch when she finishes. Dive down there.
Kate Burkhoff, you bet. A demonstrative victory.
Wow. That was impressive. Let's take a look really quickly as we're looking at her teammates, but I want to take a look at her start, because this is where it all began. And watch this, diving down into the water, doing those undulating kicks. Really, really nice. And when I'm talking about these underwaters, see, this is what I'm talking about. Here we go. This is that last turn, and here are her underwaters. Here, look at how fast she is getting off that wall. Look at, she's using her whole body, hands all the way down to her tippy toes to undulate. And here's her finish, coming in there. Now watch as she goes, and she's gonna dive backwards right there to get her hand on the wall. Doing the wolf pack sign.
Thank you.
Great job, Katie, great job.
Start to finish. A convincing leader and winner. 2 Wolfpack swimmers on the podium, though. She is joined by her teammate and the freshman, Kennedy Noble, in 3rd. And just Riley Tiltman in between them, the sophomore from Virginia. Kate, congratulations, another resounding victory. Tell us about your approach and how you went into this race.
I don't know, just trying to get after it on the front half. That's something I've been trying to work on lately. Yeah, just getting out a little faster than I'm used to. Not sure if I did that, I don't know.
You did a great job, but let's talk about, this is your last 100 backstroke that you will swim at the ACC Championships. Have you let that sink in yet, and what does that mean to you?
Well, I don't know if it's my last one yet, but thankfully. But it's definitely, it's exciting, you know. I love this team, so anytime competing for them is a good time.
I should have said the last one at the ACC Championships, not ever, although we do have a relay. Are you getting ready for the relay? Tell me about how you prepare now for after swimming this event going into that event.
Just taking care of myself and getting on top of recovery. That's really all I can do. And just getting excited to swim with my teammates.
All right, Kate, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Kate Burkhoff, the women's 100-yard backstroke champion. The men compete in their 100-yard backstroke next. Kasper Stoikowski, defending champion, tries to run it back in a moment. North Carolina State, big advantage here over Louisville on the men's side. Virginia Tech in 3rd, Notre Dame and Virginia behind, as North Carolina State looks to once again win the conference crown. They set a record last year in winning the ACC championship. Can they do it again this year? It is the men's 100-yard backstroke up next, and the C final is first, featuring 4 different freshmen and a pair of seniors among the 8 swimmers set to enter the water. So many of the swimmers that we have talked to here tonight, Amy, have talked about the length of this particular event over the last several days and how they've been swimming every day, multiple swims per day. Is it a type of event with the pressure that they're facing to try and win a conference championship where you feel like you build a rhythm and a flow as the event goes on, or do you try to manage fatigue because there's so much happening around you?
You know, there's a lot of both. And what my coach, John T. Skinner, told me before the games is you've got to imagine your emotional gas tank, and you start off the swimming full, and you can't refill it. So you have got to manage your happiness, your sadness, your all the things, and just do what you know how to do. And you train mentally as well as you do physically.
Because there's not a Circle K in the pool. You cannot fill up.
Oh, you can.
Place your mark.
but if you go to Mobile Run, you can get 50-cent slushies on certain days.
Oh, see, that's lovely. Thank you for that information.
A little inside info for you.
You are a wealth of knowledge. I love it.
Again, 4 lengths of the pool here in this 100-yard backstroke. Pretty even on the second length here. Lanes 4 and 6 right now, with Marcus Gentry in lane 4, the freshman from Notre Dame, against Walker Davis in lane 6, the sophomore from UNC, fighting for the front.
This is a tight race right now, so it's just going to be who wants it the most. And I hate to say that because it sounds so cliche, but it's true.
Cliches are a cliche for a reason. And right now in lane number 4, it is going to be Marcus Gentry, the freshman from the Fighting Irish, on top.
Oh, the Irish fans, look at them. They're going to be so excited. They look so good. I love how they're all wearing their leprechaun hats. We've got some glasses that are lit up. It's wonderful. They have definitely had some wine, I think.
Well, St. Patrick's Day is still a few weeks away, but the pre-party has started. The build-up, the preamble is underway.
Yeah, you have to train for these events, Steve.
You can't wait for the actual day itself. You have to be prepared when it arrives.
Absolutely, yes. You don't want to be the first one to go home.
All right, start list for the B final. And among the swimmers here, just one freshman in lane number 1, Max Wilson, the newbie from Florida State. 3 seniors in the middle of the pool. Forrest Webb in lane 2, the senior from Virginia Tech and from North Carolina State. Senior Hunter Tapp is in lane 4. And going back to the Hokies, the senior William Copen is in lane 6.
We're checking right now. There might have been something, an issue with the C final, but we'll keep you updated. But that's why these guys are hanging out there for so long.
Looks like there is a discussion going on with the Notre Dame coaches. And it was a Notre Dame swimmer who won that C final, Marcus Gentry. For the swimmers in the B final, kind of disrupting the preparation and the rhythm. You're standing there waiting a lot longer than you typically would.
What also can happen is these swimmers are like, what is going on? And then they get out of their focus for the race. Start thinking about who disqualified, who did what.
All right, so what happened, it was a lane violation from Jack Fitzpatrick, the senior from Notre Dame in lane 7. He was disqualified in that C final.
Yeah, he went past that second red buoy underwater, and when we were talking about Kate Burkhoff and her dad, the Burkhoff Blast, they changed rules because of him and a lady named Misty Hyman, who is a gold medalist, who also was a tremendous underwater swimmer. Whew.
Take your mark.
Nice clean start right there. Everybody came up when they were supposed to come up. Great, fast turns. Again, getting your heels to your booty as fast as you can.
Up in lane number 5, it's a slim lead for Krzysztof Radziszewski, the sophomore from Pitt.
Don't count out Jack Atkins right there in lane 3 from UVA. He's also turning it on.
Final turn. Right now it is lane number 3 with Akins from UVA. Radziszewski in lane 5 from Pitt. And in the end, in that yellow cap, it's the Pitt Panther who gets the win in the B final.
Everyone's celebrating. Yes, smack the water. Nice job. Smacking the water is kind of one of those things where you have to work for it. You have to earn it, so it's really special.
You have nothing else to smack, too, so hitting the water is the best form of celebration.
See, in my era, it would have been you smack the girl next to you. I'm kidding.
All right, so here comes the parade. A final. for the men's 100-yard backstroke.
Again, we've got some smiles. It almost looks like we've got Dalton Lowe and pardon me, I'm on the wrong lane. We've got Mason Herbert from FSU. He was almost looked like he was looking for his mom and dad.
Here are the meet and conference records. And Kasper Stokowski is also going to be one of the featured swimmers here this evening. He's in lane number 5, the defending champion and senior from North Carolina State, one of 4 seniors in this field, so very top-heavy when it comes to the upperclassmen. Stokowski, the native of Poland, former junior world record holder, now 24 years of age, so one of the oldest swimmers here at this event this week. Won a bronze medal in the 50-meter backstroke at the World Championships in Budapest last year. Also a very international flavor to this field. In addition to Stokowski from Poland, you have the Italian in lane number 4, Giovanni Izzo, his teammate and classmate, also a senior for the Wolfpack of North Carolina State.
It's always fun to have your main competitor as one of your teammates because you train with them every single day. So you're seeing what they're doing, you learn how they like to race, their nuances, and so it really is helpful for both of you. It makes everybody better.
Gather that intel and do your scouting while you do your own prep work.
Absolutely, it's almost like you're the CIA of the water. Again, moving them a while before they allow them to jump in the water. They're not allowed to jump in the water until they are told to jump into the water.
I think it's an adult swim.
It may be an adult swim. Yeah.
All right, so that's done. And now time to race.
Now it's kids swim. Let's go. Putting those feet on that wedge, making sure they don't slip.
Take your mark.
Nice starts. Keep your eyes in the middle of the pool. They came up right at that second buoy. They've got to be careful of that on this next underwater.
Now in lane 5, it is the defending champion, Stokowski, who has a slim lead. Now trying to expand it. Leading the first 50.
All right, everybody is up before the buoys. Very nice. Here we go, this last turn. Take that one stroke, pull your body over through the water, get your heels to your butt, and let's move.
Kasper Stokowski, the senior from North Carolina State, meet record holder, wins this event for the 2nd straight year at the ACC Championships.
Oh, what a nice time for him. He's got to be excited about that. 44.47. Nice job. And again, training partner and teammate. Everyone congratulating each other. Let's go ahead and, he's shaking his head no, but let's watch this. Look at that start. Oh! I mean, sometimes you'll see swimmers drag their feet on the water. Not in that start. Everyone got up and out in those dolphin kicks. Let's look at this last turn underwaters. I love this. Take that one last front stroke, spin over. Now watch, using their whole body to undulate, doing that dolphin kick, and watch as we came into the finish here. Everyone's tired, but we have to dive in there. They dive so hard, their feet come out of the water. You can see it here, right there. Yep, you got it. His feet were out of the water. I thought that was a great swim. He said he was shaking his head no. We'll have to find out what that was all about.
Oh, can't complain about the result. He shares the podium with his teammate who was next to him in lane number 4, Matt Brownstead of Virginia, in between the Cavalier, taking 2nd place in the race. Casper, congratulations. Break it down for us. How would you evaluate your performance here in this swim?
I think I went 44.4. I'm not sure. I guess it's like 0.4 of my best time. Pretty good for that part of the season. I'm looking forward for NCs. I guess there was a lot of mistakes in that race. I think I kind of went for it too much in the first 50, but I'm pretty happy with it for now.
So what do you think when you get to NCs that you can clean up, and what do you think we're going to see from you in a few weeks?
We have plenty of time, especially, to rest, work on those details, get sharper, and for sure shave.
That's always the best part, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we'll let you catch your breath. Thanks very much, and well done tonight.
Go Pack, baby.
All right, we'll step aside, and then when we come back, the women's 100-yard breaststroke. That is on the way from Greensboro. Back in Greensboro as we continue with the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships from the Greensboro Aquatic Center. The largest facility of its kind in the nation, hosting the ACCs here this year. Virginia extending their margin at the top of the women's standings. They've been the top-ranked women's team among ACC squads in the nation all season long, and the Who's living up to the advanced billing here at the conference meet. 100-yard breaststroke C final coming up. Again, a race that is 4 lengths of the pool. Both the meet and conference record belonging to Sophie Hansen set 1 year ago tomorrow.
This stroke is so awesome to watch and love it. I've been talking about how in different strokes you want to grab the water and pull your body over it almost. Now in breaststroke, it's very obvious that you're also using your legs and your feet to grab the water. What you need to do is when you bring your heels up to your butt, you need to make sure that your feet are already turned out. Because if it's not already turned out, you will not grab that water and push yourself up and over it. So that's one thing to watch when we watch our underwater shots, to make sure that their toes are always pointed out as they bring their heels up.
A race between lanes 4 and 6. Catherine Belyakov of Duke in lane 4. Clarissa Sabin in lane 6. The sophomore from Georgia Tech. Gonna go all the way down to the wire at the wall. Lane 3 making a push late, and the victory is going to come from lane 3 with Julia Manson making the charge late. Was trailing most of the way, but deep into that final length, that's where she recovered and made her move.
That was a really nice last 25. I'm going to even go so far as to say that was a really nice last 12 and a half, because that's where she caught up and got the win for the C final.
So the Seminole on top. After Belyakov was leading for a good while, so was Sabin near the front of this race, but coming from behind, Julia Manson gets the win. B-Fun. And one of the names to watch from Louisville, Ella Welch. She'll be in lane 2. Already has a silver medal in her back pocket from this week at these championships in the 200 free relay team event, where they also set a new school record. Welch, the native of Louisville, staying home to swim for her hometown school. And again, she's in lane number 2 near the front here as this race commences.
She's looking really strong right here. She, of course, has her teammate who is right above her in lane 3. That's Cecilia Viberg, doing a nice job as well. Again, training partners. And right here, this is where it's all guts and glory. And let's just hang on and see who can get this.
Final turn coming up. Viberg, the freshman from Louisville, in lane 3, hovering near the front here. Boy, but this is close. You got about 4 different swimmers with a shot. Lanes 2, 3, 5, 6. And it looks like it is going to be lane 5 LSU, the senior from Notre Dame. A tightly contested race among multiple swimmers. And the senior from up in South Bend squeaks out the win.
And she got the Irish fans in an uproar. We have cheers. We've got lighted glasses. She looks like, oh, please don't let that be my father.
So Notre Dame on top in the consolation race, and the A final on deck.
Look at that. What would you do if that was your dad?
Wouldn't tell you.
It may be your dad, we're not confident. But listen, he is psyched. He has had some green beer. He is ready to go.
Meet records, Sophie Hansen from last year. Alex Walsh, one of the big stars this year in lane number 4, the junior from Virginia. 21 years of age, an All-American in the breaststroke. And of course, a decorated Olympian as well. Won silver in the 200 IM in Tokyo. Also won gold at the World Championships last summer in the 200-meter IM relay. 6-time NCAA champion, so she has the awards from all the major meets. Now trying to add the NCAA qualifying mark and an ACC championship here in this 100-yard breaststroke tonight.
To say she is a favorite, I think would be an understatement here. She is just so talented. She really is, and when she swims the longer races, obviously this is the shorter one, she is so good at holding back and then just coming up and taking the race. But this obviously is a sprint. She doesn't have that, but she is so good at the sprints as well. This is going to be a lot of fun.
From a well-known swimming family, her sister Gretchen racing with her this week here at these ACC championships. Their mom swam at Boston College. Alex, the native of Nashville. And now once again a long hold before they allow them to climb up and get poised to race.
The starter's been doing that a lot, and I'm not sure why. That start for Alex Walsh, she has a different type of start. She ends up coming up with everybody, but it is not the quickest looking start that I've ever seen.
Slightly behind for Walsh at that first turn.
Looking so nice getting up high, but still undulating. Look at her kick. I was talking about that earlier. She's got her toes pointed out. You can see she is grabbing her water. Let's watch this right here. She's doing her dolphin kick. Oh, I love that shot. Here we go.
Heather McCausland in lane 3. Stride for stride, stroke for stroke with Alex Walsh. Last turn, and Walsh looks to make her move. McCausland trying to hang with her. Tight out foot, final link in the women's 100-yard breaststroke, and it's going to be Alex Walsh to the wall with the win. Never any doubt.
Excited, she's smiling. That was a really good race. That last 25 really was spectacular. You could see how she was turning over her stroke faster. Oh, it was just gorgeous. Let's watch this start. She was a little slow off the blocks, I think, but you know what? She overcame it in tremendous fashion. Look at this turn at the finish. Look at how those kicks that I was talking about. Get your toes out as it goes up. Look at her turn. Nice, beautiful streamline. It is so tight. And here she comes, the last 12 and a half, and you can see she almost looks like she's swimming normal because her turnover was so fast at the end, it makes slow-mo look quote-unquote normal. And of course, you gotta celebrate with the Virginia V. You know, she's wearing those pearl earrings, and a lot of the swimming, the ladies are wearing earrings. In my day, we didn't do that, so I almost wonder if it's like a good luck thing for her or not.
Why didn't you do it?
Because we wanted nothing on us that could distract from the water, because we needed all the help. We didn't want any drag, and we thought that's what they did. I don't know.
Alex, nice swim to get the win here.
Thank you.
What made the difference? Take us through your approach.
I feel like the difference between my swims, prelims, finals is I just kind of want to go after it on that first 25. So really, I just knew exactly how many strokes I wanted to take. And I kind of was a little off, but regardless, I was able to just really keep myself together on that second 50. So I'm really happy with the swim.
I want to talk about your turnover on that last 25. You always just pick it up just a little bit. Is that something that you plan out?
I think, yeah, I always hope for that, but I think really just seeing that I'm in the race, that just really gets me going. And I knew Emma wasn't right next to me, so I just wanted to make sure that she was also there with me, and I'm just happy that we're both on the podium together. So, yeah.
Congratulations. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
Alex Walsh, the winner of the women's 100-yard breaststroke. As we continue, it is the men and their 100-yard breaststroke after this in North Carolina. North Carolina State holding a substantial lead in the men's standings here over Louisville in second place as we move on to the 100-yard breaststroke and the C final. Now, Amy, you swam in Arizona.
Yes.
In Colorado.
Yes.
So you split your time in college between two different schools. When you look back, what was your most memorable moment swimming in college?
I would have to say it was probably my junior year of swimming, and it was taper before NCAAs. And my swim coach walked in the first day of taper, John Matos. He had a straw hat, a Hawaiian shirt, and a toothpick in his mouth. And he was like, "You've done all the work. It's just time to have fun." And I remember that. I was like, you know what? I did. I put in all the work. Let's have some fun. And so I do remember that very fondly. He was such a lovely man.
You cannot be not relaxed when you have a toothpick in your mouth. I think it's just a rule.
I think it is. It's somewhere in the law books, I believe.
Coming home, it looks like it is going to be up in lane number 5. Yes, indeed. Daniel Kretz getting the win. Product of Georgia Tech. So he captures the C final here in the men's 100-yard backstroke. Breaststroke, I should say.
He had a nice swim. He really did. He should be happy with that time this time of year.
Georgia Tech in the top 3 spots in that C final. And now the B final coming up. Someone to keep an eye on. August Lamb, lane 3 for UVA, the senior. Was 7th in the 50 free with a personal best time earlier this week here at these championships. He's an All-American and a native of Charlottesville. Several swimmers here for the various schools, actually coming from the towns that the schools are in. So staying put for their college swimming, even those from small classic college towns. Sometimes in the bigger cities with a school, you see athletes staying at home, but from a town like Charlottesville, staying and going to UVA, probably a dream growing up.
Oh, for sure, and it's so great when you're able to watch a college and a team as you're growing up and then just swim on that team. I did that when I went to Colorado State. It's spectacular.
Boy, look at this. Just about dead even. All 8 swimmers. Final turn. This thing is wide open down the stretch. 8 wide.
This is amazing.
One of the tightest races we have seen, and eventually it is lane number 5 with Paul Resnick from Duke, who just inches ahead of the others to get the victory.
That was so close. He went 52.91 and second place was 53.0. Look at that.
Oh, just tenths of a second separating everybody in that field.
That's fun. It's a fun one to watch, not a fun one to be a part of sometimes because it's a little nerve-wracking. You're like, just get on the wall.
A final on the way. Half the field comprised of seniors here in this A final. Pair of juniors, just one freshman set to swim. Noah Nichols has the meet and conference record that he tied with Evgeny Samov 2 years ago. And Nichols back here as a junior in lane number 4 this year as well.
He's having a great year this year. This would be just a nice way to go into championship season. Maybe to break that record again, who knows? He can do it.
He set that meet and conference record as a freshman. He's been a sensation since stepping foot on campus. He's from Virginia, going to UVA, an All-American in this event, and a silver medalist in the 100-meter breaststroke from the US Open 2 years ago.
And look at that, he's smacking his chest, getting it all red, and you know, again, there is a reason for that, is to get your neuromuscular system ready to rock and roll. It just looks just painful. Look at that.
Gotta be an easier way. At least that's what I would say.
I would think so. Can you imagine after a week-long swim meet what you must look like? Ouch. Look at that, they all have it. It's just amazing. See, now we've got some on the shoulders. They would probably have them on their legs as well, but we can't see that. They're covered with their swimsuits.
Who says swimming is low impact?
Thank you. I've been wondering that my entire career. Gentlemen, and again, it's a sprint, so they're not going to get really super high on the water. They want to stay down. They want to keep that turnover fast. You got to hit that wall and bounce off of it.
Now lanes 3 and 4 right now doing battle. Carlos Colmardi in lane 3, the junior from Virginia Tech, and Noah Nichols, the big star in lane 4, the junior from UVA. Now it is Nichols pulling ahead, making his final turn, trying to get a gap here. Last length of the pool.
And they can hear the crowd. Let them hear you.
The men's 100-yard breaststroke coming down to the wall, and it is Noah Nichols.
And it is a new meet and conference record.
Breaking his own record from 2 years ago.
You deserve that. Great swim. Let's talk about this finish because he was maybe second going into this last 25. And watch that, he hit that just perfectly. Nice streamline in there. Look at him right there. Here we go again. Dove into that wall. And you can see how he was still on top of the water. That's what I've been talking about. And yes, sir. Congratulations. New meet record. New conference record. That is just huge.
Let's go, dude. That's how you fucking do it. Yeah. Oh my God.
So the conference champion once again. Setting a new standard along the way here. In the final individual race of the evening, the relays coming up, and we also have platform diving as well. The new meet record for the winner, Noah Nichols. And the only who in the field, winning it for Virginia. Noah, you beat your own meet record. Did it feel like a record before you looked at the clock?
No. I mean, I felt like I was pretty strong. Sorry, I'm really tired. I felt pretty strong. I felt like it was faster this morning, but again, you never really know until you hit the wall, see the time.
What is your race strategy? Because I'll tell you what, that last 12 and a half was incredible.
My race strategy is to absolutely just send it and then see how I'm feeling. I felt really strong. I don't like to lose. It's not a fun feeling. So I was kind of just chasing after that the whole time.
All right, Noah, terrific swim, new meet record. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you jump from this height off a platform into the pool? If you want to win a conference title, you're going to have to do it. Or somebody's got to push you. Either way, you're going down next. As we come back to Greensboro, it's on to the diving now, and for that I'm joined by the All-American Jason Bauman. And Jason, an opportunity to see something that's pretty rare here tonight, as Aranza Vasquez Montano is trying to complete a sweep of all the diving events on the women's side. Has not been done in a decade and a half.
Yeah, she has won the 1 meter and the 3 meter already. Looks to add the platform title here. She won that back 2 years ago from the University of North Carolina. Now we'll see if she can be the queen of the pool. She's got one more event to go. She can be challenged by Elsa Prassering from the University of Louisville as well, so it should be a fun contest.
Jason, break it down for us, these categories of dives that we will be seeing.
Yep, so you're going to have 6 categories on the platform. We have the forward, where you're going forward, rotating forward. The backward, going backward, rotating backward. Reverse, where you're facing forward but rotating back towards the platform. Inward, facing backward, rotating forward toward the platform. And then twisting dives, where you're doing a combination of somersaulting and twisting. You can do that in any one of the directions, forward, back, reverse, inward. And then your handstand or arm stand dives, where you start in a handstand upside down, and then you can go either forward or backward off the platform, do somersaulting and twisting.
We have 8 divers from 6 different schools who will all complete 5 dives individually. So 5 rounds of diving here in this platform event, and these are the elements of the dive that the judges will be looking at.
Yeah, so the judges, there's 7 judges. They're sitting down out there. They're actually evaluating all of these categories. So the element of the dive, starting position up there. Then the approach and the takeoff. For the handstand dives, they start judging from the moment their feet leave the platform till they go up, if they have any bobbles and balance controls. The flight through the air, what it looks like, body position, shape in that. And then the entry, is it vertical? Is it clean with no splash? And then the overall impression, and they put that into those categories of that we've seen the other day about good, very good. Whether that's a 7 to an 8 is good, 8.5 to 9.5 is very good. And you multiply those 3 scores by the degree of difficulty.
And first up will be Emily Rakestraw, the junior from Duke, in her first final ever.
And she starts up on top on the 10 meter with an inward 2.5 somersault pike. So she's going to face backward, rotate forward toward the platform with straight legs and a bend at the waist. So, good, powerful jump off the tower. She's moving in the right direction, a little bit soft in the knees, and it over-rotates. Satisfactory scores for that. Ends up with almost 50 points.
Seem about right?
Yeah, that's about where the judges should be in that piece, I think. What you're really looking for is between 60 and, if the top divers, maybe almost as close to 70, 68 or more, depending on the dive.
Emily Grund coming up next, the redshirt senior from North Carolina. We've seen her a few times this week. This is her 3rd final. She was 5th in the 1 meter and 3rd in the 3 meter.
So this is Emily's forward 2.5 somersault pike. You notice that she's on not the top platform, but the 7 meter platform. And she comes out and could reach out a little more. Probably going to still be in that satisfactory range. Not quite vertical enough to be higher.
What determines which platform that they will choose? How does it figure out?
You know, to be honest, it depends on each diver. What their comfort level is. You know, they can do sometimes a higher degree of difficulty on a lower platform. The international standard is that you're doing all your dives on the 10-meter platform on the highest surface.
There's Isabel Gregerson from Florida State.
So Isabel's first dive here is an arm stand dive. So she goes up backwards, presses up to the handstand there, but she's not quite in a steady vertical balance, and the judge is going to deduct for that because she's not vertical in her handstand, and then it over rotates as well. She shows great control, but it's got to be vertical.
Now, our first look at Grace Courtney, the freshman from Notre Dame, her second final of the week after finishing 8th in the 1 meter.
Also on the 7-meter platform, but she did a forward 3.5 somersault tuck. Look how small she is in her tuck, and comes out and puts a great entry on it. Those are going to get those good scores at 7s or better.
So good dive.
Yeah, at 58 points.
Freshman from the Fighting Irish, now from Georgia Tech, Anna Bradescu, who hails from the UK, was 5th in this event 2 years ago. Also an NCAA qualifier.
So this is a back 2.5 somersault pike on this 7-meter platform. You're going to watch it from the other side where you see her get in and get small and come out, look back for the water, and go in super vertical. Nice dive.
What are some of the differences when you go from the springboard to the platform, and how you have to construct and approach your dives?
You know, the platform doesn't move, so the first rule is don't hit the platform. And then
it's a good first rule.
And you provide all of the energy to go along with it. Yeah, so you have to get everything started, and the trajectory you leave the platform is going to determine what happens at the end.
Josie Zillig, the freshman from Duke, in her first final.
Josie also starting with a 405B, the inward 2.5 somersault pike, where she rotates towards the platform. You see her feet flex as she goes by. They go right back to pointed. The judges will see that and take off maybe a half a point from their score. So maybe not the good, top of good, or very good, but right in there.
All right, here's the story of the evening in diving. Aranza Vasquez Montano from North Carolina, already 2 wins this week in the 1 meter and the 3 meter, going for the hat trick and the sweep of the diving events. It would be the first time in a decade and a half a swimmer has accomplished that.
Same dive. So I like her jump off the platform, and she does a little of the same thing, those flex feet as you go by, but nice, great entry going in. You see that view from the back. She's got her legs apart so she can see the water coming up and go in vertical. Nice scores again.
And her big challenger this evening, Elsa Prasterink, the native of the Netherlands, who goes to Louisville, the junior, who was 2nd in this event last year.
So it's going to be good. It's going to go 7s or better, I think. It could be a little bit more up off the platform, but I like that she's got good hand sound and that rip entry, just a little sliding past vertical and splashy.
All right, so 1 round down, 4 still to go in the platform diving here from the ACC Championships. Back for round number 2 in the platform diving. 5 dives all together. They just completed their first sequence, and now back around to the start for Emily Rakestraw, the junior from Duke. And again, for people not familiar, or at least who don't watch all that often, that 10 meter is like a several-story building.
Yeah, I mean, you're jumping off basically a 3-story building. This is a forward 2.5 with a full twist. She does it out, somersault first, but again, it's a little late coming out. It over rotates, so you end up in those scores from the deficient to just on the borderline of satisfactory.
3-story building and the gravity, just incredible. How fast are they going when they hit the water?
About 30 miles an hour about when you get there, but you come to an abrupt stop quickly.
Emily Grund of UNC.
So this is a very nice inward 2.5 somersault tuck. Again, here's what we can see from this angle, right? It's a little bit, to me, turned sideways, but you can also, some of the judges will see that she's a little split with her legs in her tuck. They do deduct for that. That's why it's in that satisfactory range, and you see the difference in the scores.
Now back up top for Isabel Gregerson, third in the order, a sophomore who comes from Colorado in her first final.
So this is a back 1.5 somersaults with 2.5 twists. So you see her a little bit of lean at the beginning there on that and crosses her feet, tries to come out and see the water and reach out, ends up a little bit short of vertical. And all of that happens in about this long.
And this is the first diver we have seen on the 5-meter, Grace Courtney from Notre Dame.
So this is a back 1.5 somersault pike, so a little easier degree of difficulty. But, you know, Notre Dame does not have a platform in their pool, so they have to go elsewhere to train. So that certainly puts them at a disadvantage. I like the out here, and it's nice and vertical. Still can do some good dives there.
Anna Bradescu from Georgia Tech, who has the highest degree of difficulties with her dives here this evening.
It's a big one for her. So you see her doing inward 3.5 somersault tuck. You see many of the men do that same dive at 3.2. Split knees, flat feet in the tuck, so the form's not quite there in that flight position. So a little deductions there and a little short of vertical and not all the way straight with her body.
Josie Zillig, the freshman from Duke, native of London, in her first final. Back to the 10-meter.
She did a very nice job with that. A little back on the end of the platform and gets it moving away. She can be deeper in her pike. The knees are a little soft, but she's still going to get 6.5, 7, kind of that right on the borderline of satisfactory to good scores.
Now coming up next, Aranza Vasquez Montano from North Carolina. Platform champion 2 years ago here at the ACC Championships, and also competed for Mexico at the Olympics in Tokyo.
This is her forward 3.5 somersault pike, same dive we just saw. So you're going to get really good, powerful. Look at her jump off the platform where it goes up. Now she's a little bent with her knees and flat with her feet, but she comes out and puts a great entry on it. That's why you're going to see scores in the very good range and a big total.
Yeah, that's a huge total. She loves it. She sees the numbers.
Love that.
Applying the pressure to Elsa Prasterink of Louisville, who was just outside the top 10 at the World Championships last year.
And this is a new dive for Elsa from last year. This is a number 3.5 somersault tuck again, 3.2. It's moving well, little flat feet, and just a little late unfolding and reaching to the right spot. So she reached a little under, washes over just a little bit, but good scores.
Well, that'll do it for the first 2 rounds here in the platform diving, but more to come from Greensboro next. Two of 5 dives now complete. How do you assess these standings and what might transpire from here?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting so far. I think we kind of separate kind of these top 4, kind of see how they go these next few rounds, and then see what happens on the rest of it.
Round number 3 underway with Emily Rakestraw.
So she's got a good, powerful jump off the tower, but it goes a little down, but she finds vertical at the end. So this is a hard one for the judges because you kind of see maybe it's not quite good, but it's almost. So right where they are, it's satisfactory. Makes sense.
The 10 meter is so extreme. How do divers work up to that? And is there some kind of criteria that is used before they start jumping and diving from there?
You know, and you can start at pretty young ages. They try to keep the kids that are under the age of 13 off of the 10-meter platform, but you're doing kind of these lead-up skills, like even this one that Emily's doing there is a back 1.5 somersault pike. That's a lead-up for a back 2.5 somersault pike on 10-meter. And not everybody is built to do 10-meter. You know, here a lot of these divers, some of them are doing platform because they're trying to score points for their team. Emily, probably not her favorite event on platform, but still up there for her team trying to represent.
Isabel Gregerson from Florida State.
So this is the first reverse spinning dive we see, facing forward and rotating back towards the platform. And what you see is that you've got that you're looking straight down at the water there and try to extend it just a little too far forward and out early, and it ends up being short of vertical. Not really where you want to be as far as the position, so you end up with some deficient scores in that 3.5 range.
What do you think is the most difficult aspect of trying to learn and then master the 10 meter? Because there's a lot going on. The height, the speed that you're falling, so many moves that are being incorporated. It's a busy dive.
Yeah, you got to start with being able to do the skills on the side. You see there's a small 1-meter platform right down there in the back. That piece where you're doing even the flips and those pieces. This dive is a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. You see it kind of move a little sideways and not quite be square, but still pretty good. But we're getting the benefit of seeing it from the front. The judges are seeing it from the side.
Back to Bradescu of Georgia Tech.
So I really like this dive. I think right as she gets into her pike, you're going to see the knees bend just a little bit, and then they get back to straight. And look how close her chest is to her legs. And then vertical. Could be cleaner, but good job.
Two divers from the UK. Bradescu won, and this next diver as well, the freshman from London, Josie Zillig, who goes to Duke.
So she's going to do a back arm stand, but a twisting dive as well. So she's going to do handstand first, kip, do a somersault, and twisting action going backwards 1.5 times, and then go in the water. So there's a lot of moving parts here. So I want to talk about those elements of the dive, right? We're talking about the approach and the takeoff. The handstand is part of that. So she gets up, she doesn't show that steady vertical balance. The judges will deduct for that. And because that's the dive you're doing, sometimes they'll deduct a little more.
Is that a function of just trying to get into the dive sooner, or just losing your balance and feeling like you got to go?
It's a little bit of both. It's nerve-wracking. You're facing backwards, pushing your hands up there, going into a handstand, and you got to get there and show control. But it's a function of both. Of I got to get it going, but I also got to show my position.
Now Montano.
So I love the takeoff. Again, we're really powerful and small. We come out in our spot, leave our hands down and look back, but we reach a little bit past the entry, so it washes over a little bit. But still, so many things technically correct. That's why it's in that high satisfactory to low good scores.
Final diver coming up here in round number 3. Elsa Prasterink of Louisville. Third final.
And what I would say is that this one wasn't quite as powerful on the jump, but where she gets out is a little sooner, and she gets a better entry, still just sliding over, but scores some more points there, picks up a little bit of thing.
2 more rounds left to go in the platform diving here at the ACC Championships in Greensboro, North Carolina. Less than 3 points separating the top 2, a big gap to everyone else. This competition playing out pretty much as we anticipated, but still so tight at the top, hard to tell which way it's going to break. 2 rounds left to go. First up in round 4, Emily Rakestraw.
So I like her jump. She's got her head back a little bit for my liking in this takeoff. I'd like to see her get a little stronger kick and leave her hands down so it stops a little better on the out before she looks back and reaches. That would make it stop a little bit more vertical, but that's still solid dive.
Now Emily Grund, who's been a great story. The redshirt senior from North Carolina, missing last year as she was battling cancer, now in remission, back for this year. And here in this final, her 3rd final of the week at these championships.
Yep. Yeah, so I've known Emily for as long as I can remember, 11, 12 years, and she's always brought that same smile. This is a reverse 1.5 somersault tuck. Again, from the 5-meter tower, a little lower degree of difficulty, but well executed. So she's still going to get 40-plus points on a dive that was a little lower degree of difficulty.
Isabel Gregerson making a long journey from her home in Colorado to go to school at Florida State in her first final.
So we've seen a couple of these before too. This is an inward 3.5 somersault tuck. She's going to face backward. She's going to rotate 3.5 times towards the platform in the tuck position. Knees bent, grabbing down low on the ankles, trying to get as small and compact as you can in that tuck. And that's a super takeoff, but she starts to open up a little early and just comes up a bit short. Got to get to vertical to get paid the scores that you want.
Grace Courtney, the freshman from Notre Dame, in her 2nd final, after also finishing top 10 in the 1 meter.
So this is Grace's only dive on the 10-meter platform. It's an arm stand, forward 2 somersaults pipe. So this is one that, as a judge, I sit down and have to really think about, because she showed really good, steady vertical balance and gets it moving, but then it's a little short, and you want to reward the good handstand and that control and start, but you also have to then take off for the short vertical and short entry and vertical on that. That's what Coach Bradshaw's there saying to her in the background.
Anna Burdescu, who was 5th a couple of years ago from Georgia Tech, here also into a handstand.
So she's got 2 big degree of difficulty dives here. Again, we've seen this one already. It's the back arm stand twisting dive. She goes 2 somersaults and 1.5 twist. That's going to score 7s, I would say, or better. Because she does a beautiful handstand, presses up, shows great control, shows vertical balance. It's a little bit slow as far as just didn't show quite the pike down position, but I like that dive. I'd go 7, 7.5 for me.
And her fellow UK native, Josie Zillig of Duke.
A little lower degree difficulty here. The reverse 2.5 somersault tuck on the 10 here at 2.8. So, very solid jump. It's going in the right, good direction. She grabs a little high underneath, so it's a little open in the tuck, and then she unfolds and arches her back and drops her legs just a little bit. So it ends up being that not really tight entry position into the water.
All right, so now the ongoing battle for the top of the standings between these last two divers in round number 5. Aranza Vasquez Montano still on pace for the hat trick in her 3rd victory of the week. But a slim lead.
And you're going to get a nice combination here because you just saw reverse 2.5. You're going to see 2 more right in a row. And this is what I'm talking about that kick, look, reach action that she does. It's a great, powerful jump, small tuck, and she kicks out, hands her down and looks back and drills it. And that's going to be big. Love that. 75 points.
Gonna love those figures. And next up is the diver trying to hunt her down, trying to chase her mark. Elsa Prasterink of Louisville. The junior who was 2nd last year, 2nd right now. 2nd to last dive for her tonight.
Almost as good. A little bit of a wiggle coming out where she just flexes her feet and it's not quite as clean on the entry, but it's still very good.
A lot of 8s. And now going down to the wire. One more round left to go in the platform diving. Back for the final round of platform diving. Still close at the top and a lot at stake for Aranza Vasquez Montano of North Carolina. If she can hang on to this lead through one more dive, she will sweep all 3 of the diving competitions. But not home yet. Elsa Prasterink, who will be last here in this 5th round, still has a shot with Rakestraw getting it started.
So Emily's doing it. They back arm stand 1.5 twister again. A little bit over, but a good handstand, showed some control. Just got to work on trying to finish that entry, maybe not falling quite so far before she kips off the tower.
Emily Grunt, her final dive of the night. The redshirt senior completing her career.
So again, a little lower degree of difficulty at 2.5, the back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. And again, very well executed. That's going to get high execution scores, 7.5, 8. Lost her feet just a tiny bit, but again, making the most of what you're doing there.
Here's Isabel Gregerson, final time through for the Florida State Seminole.
There you see Isabel measuring off her steps for her forward 3.5 somersault tuck for her approach to the end of the tower. I like the takeoff, and then she just gets a little bit of movement through her body as you go in, and you see her come out and unfold and get a little arch in her lower back instead of getting vertical and holding that shape and kind of rolling through the water. So it's just taking a few points off it.
And that will take us to Grace Courtney, the freshman from Notre Dame.
That's the entry you're looking for. Now, I actually thought she was even a little over, but look at her hands. She gets on the water, makes that rip sound, and just pulls her hips in and does a quick pike save to pull the water down underneath her.
Now the first of the two UK divers, Anna Bradescu from Georgia Tech. Again, she's had the highest degree of difficulty here tonight. NCAA qualifier each of the last 2 years.
So this is a back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. And it's a good takeoff. We could get deeper in our pike after we do the back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists here, and then we get in, but the knees are a little bent, and then we reach under and let it go away from us a little bit. Keep it in satisfactory.
Now Josie Zillig from Duke, the freshman, completing her first final. Her first year for the Duke Blue Devils. And then it's the battle for the win coming up between the last two divers.
Josie's final dive is the same as we just saw from Anna. It's that back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists in the pike position. And that was even better. It's going to get good scores. A little bit of push away from the platform and loses her feet, but again, that's the entry. And just enough to go. That's going to secure her a spot in the top 3.
All right, now Aranza Vasquez Montano from North Carolina. This dive to try and win all 3 diving competitions this week and sweep the dives at the ACC Championships for the first time in a decade and a half.
So she's going to do the forward 2.5 somersaults with 1 twist. In the pike position, she does hers out where she does the somersault first. And that's a very solid effort. I like it. We like it the right direction. She comes out, legs are apart, and just slightly short of vertical. But again, do you want to be chased or do you want to put it out there? She's put herself out there. Now it's up to Elsa.
Elsa Prasterink of Louisville, the native of the Netherlands, final dive of the night. And it all comes down to this. The only one who can unseat Montano at the top of the standings, but she needs her best performance.
And that was very good. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough, but look, best effort, good in, gets out, and she just crushes the entry. A little bit of water. Didn't quite get there.
So it is going to be a clean sweep for Aranza Vasquez-Montano. First diver to complete a sweep at the ACC Championships in 15 years. Wow, what a moment. We'll talk with our winner after this huge accomplishment when we come back. There is the winner, Aranza Vasquez-Montano of North Carolina. Three-time winner this week. First time the dives have been swept here at this championship in a decade and a half, as she beats out Elsie Prasterink and Jessie Zillig in the top three. And joined now by the winner, Aranza. Congratulations. And what dives do you believe did it for you here tonight?
I think it was definitely my second dive. It's the best one I've ever done in my life. I don't think I can ever do it like that again. And then my fourth dive, my gainer 2.5, those were definitely the dives that got me there.
Elsa, congratulations. That was an awesome performance.
Thank
You have had quite a week. What do you think about that? All three, first time since 2008 that it's been done here at the ACCs.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. Honestly, I'm just so happy. Like, the support of my teammates, their motivation, they screaming for me, like, really pumped me through it. And I'm just really happy. I like, there's no other words to describe it but happy.
That's awesome. Your Tar Heel teammates have had a week as well. 2 in the finals at least in every event so far. See how it goes, but that was fantastic. Congratulations on to the NCAAs here in a few weeks, but go for it. Nice job.
Thank you.
Well, let's take you back to that second dive that she said she really couldn't do any better.
I love the way she gets it moving, and she's right. She finds vertical, and it's super clean. I haven't seen her do it better yet.
All right, the medley relays on the way as we shift back to the swim lanes. That's when we bring you back to Greensboro. It has been a night here in Greensboro, North Carolina at these ACC swimming and diving championships. Some of the winners this evening and some pretty marquee names. Of course, Alex Walsh of Virginia, Kate Burkhoff, a multi-time champion over the last few years, and Abby Aarons winning earlier in the 200-yard butterfly. And still to come, the relays to finish things off. On the men's side, you had defending champions running it back. Kasper Stokowski in the 100-yard backstroke for North Carolina State, joining his teammate Aiden Hayes for the Wolfpack, who also won the 200-yard butterfly, and Noah Nichols. Once again setting a meet record, beating his own meet record from last year in the 100-yard breaststroke. And as I alluded to, just the medley relays left to go here. So the individual swimming done, the diving done, the medley relays to close out the evening when we come back to Greensboro, North Carolina. It is time now for the women's 400-yard medley relay. Both the meet and conference records set by Virginia last year. Also an American record and an NCAA record. 1 year ago tomorrow from a University of Virginia team that will return 3 of the 4 swimmers who set that record, and they are swimming again here tonight. Virginia leading the way in the women's standings in first place by a pretty hefty margin over NC State. Virginia will be in the second of the 2 heats, the first one featuring just 4 schools in the middle of the pool. Georgia Tech in lane 3, Miami in lane 4, Pitt in lane 5, and Boston College in 6.
This is always a fun one. I always enjoyed this relay, and again, it is a medley relay, different order of events than the individual medley. We're going to start off with backstroke and then go breaststroke, butterfly, and finish up with freestyle.
Each swimmer carries 1 stroke. They swim 100 yards and hand it off to the next.
I can't stress how important these relay exchanges are going to be, because it can make or break you. If you're too fast, you get disqualified. Not fast enough, you could lose a lead or a position that you were in. So these athletes work on those a lot in practice.
Do you sense that the order of the strokes matter in a relay like this?
I don't think so. I think it would matter more if it's a mixed medley with men and women on the same team.
Setting your mark.
And they have started doing that, a mixed medley in the Olympics. It is really cool. It's all about strategy. Who are you going to put where? It's a lot of fun. But right now, we're concentrating on the women's 400 medley relay. Starting off with this backstroke, which these girls look really, really nice.
So each swimmer tackling 4 lengths of the pool in their given stroke.
Let's set up for this relay exchange right here. So right now these backstrokers are thinking about how they're going to finish on the wall. They've got to finish perfectly, because the swimmer on the block, if they false start, it's charged to the team, but it's usually the swimmer coming in whose fault it is, which I know sounds weird, but the swimmer on top of the block is trying to judge when the other swimmer is going to come in. If the other swimmer does something funky with the stroke, either shortens it up or does it too long, it can really mess up that swimmer on the block.
Pitt with the early lead. It was the freshman Claire Jansen on that opening leg who built their advantage. Now Tatum Detweiler, the senior, trying to add to it, but now starting to get a little smoke from Miami in lane number 4.
Yeah, Miami is really coming on here. It is just amazing.
That's Tara Volk, the graduate student, swimming this second leg. So Miami now out in front for the first time. Another transition, second of this event.
Those all looked really clean to me. So now we just concentrate on swimming your 100 butterfly. You always get an extra push on relays because you know it's not just yourself that you're swimming for. You've got 3 other girls who have worked their heart and soul out all season for this, and you don't want to let them down.
Julia Carvaya, the sophomore from Miami, leading for the Hurricanes, but for Pitt, Sophie Yendell, the junior, hanging with her, trying to bring Pitt back. The Panthers led on the opening leg. Miami then overtook them on the second leg. Here on the third, they're just about stroke for stroke. Pitt and Miami at the front of this race.
Now, if you are on the blocks, you've got to really just control yourself right here because you want to jump. Don't do it. They did not.
How tough is that to hold back?
It is so hard because if you see someone go in the water before you, you want to go with them, but you can't do that. You got to wait till your swimmer comes in.
Pitt back in the lead. Kate Furman, the senior. Adriana Serra, the junior from Miami, trying to close that ground.
Furman looking great right now. Steve, look at her. She is just calm, cool, and collected. But look at what is happening right now. Miami still in the hunt.
Final turn. Furman out front. Sarah for Miami in the dark cap right next to her, trying to overtake her here, trying to pull even. Furman hanging tough at the front to get the win. So it's the Pitt Panthers here in this first of the two timed finals, finishing ahead of Miami as well as Boston College and Georgia Tech.
And all the teammates are right there because they just got out of the water. High-fiving them is absolutely the best feeling ever. 4 young women coming together into one event, and they just did a really great job. Congratulations, Pitt.
So the results of Heat 1, and now the second heat, which will occupy all 8 lanes coming up. And here are the assignments with Virginia in lane number 4, leading this women's competition. And they are the current NCAA record holders. 3 of the 4 who set that record swimming here in this race. Gretchen Walsh, her sister Alex, Kate Douglas, and then the newcomer Amy Canny, the freshman, swimming the anchor leg for UVA.
Now remember, this is a timed final. What that means is you are not just swimming the people in your own heat. You're racing a time, you're racing that time that Pitt put up there first.
Place your mark.
Nice starts by all the ladies. Now remember, we've got Burkoff here who's swimming for NC State. She won the 100 backstroke, so you know she's got that speed. So if you are next to her, you're going to have to really pay attention to her and make sure that you're ahead of her.
And it's Gretchen Walsh who is next to her in lane 4, and she's got the lead.
Gretchen looking so strong. Look at how deep she dives down there after that turn. Underwater and just uses it to her advantage.
That's a big advantage through just a few lengths of the pool. Last turn for her, the sophomore. Trying to extend the lead. Burkoff, though, closing in. Gretchen will exchange with her sister Alex, who is in the pool next in lane 4. But quickly becoming a 2-school race between Virginia and NC State. Virginia lane 4, the Wolfpack lane 5.
Lane 4, Alex Walsh, she won her individual 100 breaststroke. Remember, she came back on that last 25, so expect that to be fast again here in this relay here tonight.
Skylar Smith, the sophomore for North Carolina State. Lanes 4 and 5, not much separating them. Big margins to the rest of the field.
Now here we go. We've got Alex Walsh coming in as well as Heather. I apologize. I am looking at the wrong lane.
And the transition for Kate Douglas for Virginia, lane 4, the senior, record setter, multi-time ACC champion, and now watch her fly. Boy, she is quickly opening up a big lead over NC State. In lane number 5, it's Kylie Alons, the senior. Oh, just ripping this course.
Kate Douglas is, look at her, I mean, just low on the water. High hips coming up. Every single time she takes a stroke, she is just extending her lead exponentially.
Best swimmer of this relay so far. A convincing performance. That's going to make it easy on the freshman Amy Canny. She'll have a huge lead as she dives into the water, the final swimmer for UVA.
Now this is nice. She has got open water, clear water. There are no waves. So let's just see what she can do. Will they break that record that they broke last year?
The freshman, the only member of this Virginia team that did not compete last year and was not a part of the NCAA record-setting team, but she can be a part of a record tonight, and she can help cement it with this swim on the final leg.
This last 25, she has got to just give it everything she's got. It looks like there is a possibility this record is going down.
The record, 3:22.34. That's the NCAA mark. The freshman Amy Canny trying to deliver for Virginia.
She got it. They got it.
The Hoos run it back, and another national mark for this spectacular Cavalier team.
What a great relay, and to be a freshman anchoring those other three girls on that relay. Man, talk about pressure, but let's go ahead and take a look at this last 25. Look at Amy Carey, how far ahead she is. She's got open water. She should just let it fly, and she sure did. And right here, just put your head down, don't breathe, get on your side, fingertip touch, and that's how records are made.
Boy, Kate Douglas gave her such a huge lead, and then Canny just cemented the place for Virginia.
Now we have, this is not official yet. We heard that there is a possible violation. So
Now, it won't make a
keep our eye
difference
on
to
it.
the winner. What they're talking about is lanes 3 and 6 right now, and that was North Carolina and Louisville. So this win is going to stand regardless for Virginia, and the new record on top of it.
It was really a well put together relay right there. I mean, look at how many American record holders you have on that team. You've got some Olympians, world champions. That is quite a relay that we are looking at right there.
All right, well, the final results coming up. What we do know, Virginia, a very decisive win here in the women's relay. And we'll bring you back with more in a moment. The results now official in the women's 400-yard medley relay. The new NCAA record for Virginia for the second year in a row, set by the Cavaliers. Big win over NC State, Louisville, and Duke in the top 4. And here are the winners tonight at these ACC championships. Winners, record setters, the numbers keep falling for this Virginia squad.
Hugging their head coach, Todd DeSorbo, in his 6th year at Virginia. He's doing a great job with both the men's and women's team.
Three of the 4 breaking a record for the second year in a row. Amy Canny, the newcomer, finishing things off in the final leg there. Emphatic win and new record for Virginia.
And how fun is it for the Walsh sisters to be able to be on a relay team that sets records all the time together? That's really cool. I think anyone who has a sister that is this, that, you know, they would love to do that. It's a dream come true.
So now on to the men and the 400-yard medley relay. 2 heats, the first of which will feature just 3 teams. Boston College in lane 3, Pitt in lane 4, and Duke in lane number 5. The meet record set by NC State last year. And North Carolina State will be swimming in the second heat. 2 of the 4 who set that mark back swimming tonight once again for the Wolfpack.
Here we go, they're calling them in the water. When you hear that whistle, it means get ready. And then they usually do a double whistle. Right here they just did a single whistle, but that's to get in the water. They want everyone to go at the same time, but you don't need a melee with a backstroke.
Take your mark.
Go, baby!
You know, I keep harping on these relay exchanges, and I want to explain it just a little bit better in case people aren't understanding. The swimmer on the block, their entire body can be over the swimmer that's coming in, as long as their feet do not leave the block before the swimmer coming in, their hand touches the wall. So it's a lot of timing, it's a lot of practice to learn the swimmer coming in, how they take their strokes, how they finish, and so it really is something that you need to work on. And they have timers, or they have touchpads on the blocks and on the wall, and so they can actually judge it down to the 100th, even 1,000th of a second.
So Pitt with the lead after the first leg as they make the initial transition. Next up is the breaststroke here, and the Panthers trying to extend their margin with Flynn Krischke, the senior. Pitt in lane number 4, yellow cap.
I like Krischke's stroke. Really, really nice. It's very fast. He's got a really fast turnover. And you can see that's why he's, you know, it seems like he's bobbing up and down, but he's really not. He is staying flat, but that turnover is spectacular.
And the lead growing as a result. Final turn for him. You make really good friends with your teammates when you do things like this. Give them a big lead. Takes a lot of pressure and stress off their shoulders.
Yes, they absolutely love it.
Marcin Gorac next in for Pitt, the junior. Butterfly, then freestyle.
He's staying under that water a long time on that turn, but I think it was good because you've got guys, you're so far ahead, and you've got that wave of water still coming, and you feel like you want to pop up, so he's getting under it nicely. I don't know what that turn was. He did a little leg flipperoonie.
I think that's in the textbook, the flipperoonie.
It is actually.
When they drew up the rules initially.
It was illegal back in my day, the flipperoonie.
All right, fourth and final swimmers in the water here. Dominic Toledo Sanchez for Pitt on the freestyle. Try and finish off what his teammates started and make this a wire-to-wire win for the Panthers.
Sanchez is swimming with nice straight arms. It used to be that you would always want to bend your arms, and now they're finding out it doesn't really matter what's going on outside of the water necessarily, aside from the fact that you want to relax as much as possible. But what matters is what goes on under the water, and if you're pulling water like he is right now, keep those arms straight.
No contest. Panthers on top. Duke takes second, and then Boston College third.
Pitt has been putting together some great relays on both the men's and the women's side. They have a new coach this year, and he's really focusing a lot on the team aspect, and you can tell.
All right, so that'll take us to the final race of the night. The second heat in the men's 400-yard medley relay. All 8 lanes occupied here. And there in the middle, lane number 4, the meet record holders, NC State, with 2 of the 4 who set that mark last year back here tonight. That is Kasper Stojkowski, who's already won 1 race here tonight. The senior will be in the water first, swimming this opening leg. Also, Niels Korstanji, another senior, will swim the 3rd leg for NC State. Then in leg number 2, they've got the senior Mason Hunter. And at the end, junior Luke Miller as the anchor as the Wolfpack try and defend.
They have just really done a nice job on the men's side with the relays. Sprinting as a whole, again, I go back to the 90s, early early 2000s with David Fox from NC State breaking an American record in the men's 50 freestyle, and ever since then, that tradition has been going.
Figures to be a battle between NC State in lane 4 and Virginia in lane 5.
Take your mark.
Great starts, everybody getting their entire body out of the water. It's so nice to see as they come up, just stroke it away.
Lanes 3, 4, and 5, Virginia Tech, NC State, and Virginia, almost stroke for stroke. Now lane number 3 with Virginia Tech and Youssef Ramadan, the junior, taking the lead here. He's already a winner this week. No surprise he would go out strong. But now in lane number 4, Kasper Stokowski, the senior, pulling even. At the first transition, it's lane 3, and NC State trailing by just a slim margin.
We go onto the breaststroke again. You see those faster turnovers, bounce off those walls, get that hand to that ear, and spin over fast. Get to your underwater pullout.
And now the Wolfpack taking the lead. For the first time, the senior Mason Hunter. He's ahead of Noah Nichols. Mason Hunter staying underwater for a long time there in lane number 4.
It didn't look to be his best turn on that wall, and right there we've got Noah Nichols, who is right on his tail.
He is in lane number 5. AJ Pouch in lane 3. They're almost stroke for stroke in the battle for second place. It's North Carolina State out front as they make the transition to Nils Korstanji, the senior.
Again, bounce off these walls, try to get under that wave that is right above you so you don't stop, and he did a great job underwater for a long time, dragging his chin on top of the water.
His lead is growing. And it's a 3-team battle for second right now in lanes 2, 3, and 5. Louisville, Virginia Tech, and UVA.
Here we go, we're getting ready for the anchor leg. It's not just necessarily about winning, are they going to break the record?
Their own record from last year. For NC State, it's the junior Luke Miller. He's got the task of finishing it off.
He's got to stay under that water, don't get caught up on that wave, and that's what he did. He's got that beautiful straight arm, almost looking Katie Ledecky-esque stroke.
Their meet record, 3:01:53 from last March. And it's still 3 teams stride for stride in the battle for second. But it's all North Carolina State at the front. Luke Miller delivering. Another demonstrative performance by this powerhouse Wolfpack team. NC State, the winners here in the men's 400-yard medley relay.
And a new record, they broke it. Meet and conference record.
UVA in second and Louisville third.
Wow, what a yes! What a great race. I'll tell you what, Luke Miller's stroke anchoring that relay was unreal. The amount of water that he was pulling with each stroke was so dominant. That was fun to watch.
So, in both of the 400-yard medley relays, women and men, the 2 winners break their own records from last year. Virginia on the women's side and NC State for the men.
That is always so much fun to do.
Well, a decisive win for NC State, very close for second, with Virginia just edging out Louisville as well as Virginia Tech. A new ACC record for the Wolfpack as well.
All congratulating each other, and what's fun to see is all the Olympic ring tattoos that are on that relay.
A fun Friday night in the pool in Greensboro. And still one more evening left to go. We're back here tomorrow at 5:30 Eastern on the ACC Network with the final evening here at the 2023 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. And now for Amy Van Dyken and Jason Bauman, I'm Steve Schlanger. A packed house enjoyed an intense and exciting night of swimming here at the Conference Championships. The ACC producing once again here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. We will see you tomorrow night for the finale. In the meantime, thanks for joining us and good night from Greensboro, North Carolina. It's a Saturday evening swim in Greensboro, North Carolina. This is the Greensboro Aquatic Center where the 2023 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships wrap up tonight in Tournament Town. As it is known here in the Piedmont Triad, 9 races plus platform diving on the way in a full slate of competition.
Hi and welcome once again, everyone. Steve Schlanger with the Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, and we reach the final night of these conference championships. And Amy, while both North Carolina State and Virginia are well on their way to the team championships here on both the men's and women's sides, there's still a lot at stake individually for some marquee swimmers here this evening.
Of course, you want to get this conference championship as you're heading into NCAAs. We're going to see names like Alice Schwartz, Kate Douglas. We're also going to see Yosef Ramadan. It is a huge night with a lot of excitement.
The Cavaliers from Virginia have been in control once again this week on the women's side. A big lead coming into this final night over North Carolina State and Louisville. The Cavaliers dominating on the swim for the women here in 2023 and capping off another terrific season and championship run in Greensboro, North Carolina. We kick things off with the 16:53. This is the mile, the longest race of the week. That's 66 lengths of the pool. Will take right around 15 minutes, maybe a little north of that. So the key takeaway, get comfortable, Amy Van Dyken. Get the snacks, go to the fridge, whatever you need to do. Make sure you are ready because we're going to settle in.
Yes, we are. We are going to swim a mile. And there's Dennis Ertan from Georgia Tech. She is just swimming so well as a freshman. Won the 500 free earlier, and she really is poised to win this event here tonight.
She will be in lane number 4. Ertan, the freshman from Georgia Tech, but a lot of international experience. She competed for Turkey at the Olympics in Tokyo, just 19 years of age, but also competing on the European stage. So she has been around the world, and she has been swimming at an elite level for several years.
And it's showing here already. She's got a great turnover. Look at her arms are already going. That's kind of like what Katie Ledecky does. She's also got those straight arms like Katie Ledecky does. So let's see if we can have a Katie Ledecky-like performance here tonight.
And as they say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And if that was ever the case in swimming, this would be that race. So how do these swimmers approach it?
Well, you know, it's a lot of training. They've got to, be ready for this. They've been working on their pacing all year long, and they did it again this afternoon, getting ready in warm-ups. And what they're doing also is, you can see on the side, coaches are yelling, screaming, holding hands up, telling them to go, telling them to slow down, telling them to settle in. So there's a lot of communication, actually, that goes on during this race with the swimmer and the coaches.
Well, you're in the water like that, head going side to side. How much can you hear?
You can actually hear quite a bit. You would be really surprised. And, it does get really, really loud, and it'll get louder as this race goes on. But yeah, you can definitely hear that. But you're also hearing whatever's going on in your head, right? So some of these athletes are counting their strokes. Some of them may be singing a song. Some of them may be working out math problems that they've got to do for class, whatever it is. But there's a lot going on, and you can definitely hear Mom and Dad and everybody up here in the crowd.
So multitasking with the homework while you're competing for a conference championship, huh?
Why not? No better time to do it than the mile.
Kill 2 birds with 1 swim.
Absolutely, that's right.
So Ertan with the early lead. Now, if you don't want to go out quickly and you want to conserve something for later, how much time can you concede in the early going, lay back, and still feel comfortable that you're going to be in the competition later in the race?
I would say that you would have to definitely be within body length, 2 body lengths, maybe at the most. But again, it just depends on on your training and how much sprint you have in you, right? We've seen Bobby Fink, who has been doing amazing for the United States, and he has started this thing where the last 50 is an all-out sprint, and it's working great for him. Let's see if we can have one of those tonight, because it is a lot of fun to watch.
The last time a record was set in this, it was 6 years ago. The previous meet and conference record was 7 years back. Leah Smith topping the charts with 15:25:30.
Now you'll see what's going in the water there is counters, right? So you can see Ertan, she likes to count backwards. A lot of the other athletes are counting forwards, but what they're doing is so they don't have to concentrate on counting, they can concentrate on their math problem, and they just have someone counting for them. Now there is also communication with these swimmers with the counter. So they can be swinging it back and forth, shaking it up and down, holding it over to one side of the lane lines or the other to show the athlete, hey, the person on your left or the person on your right is starting to catch up. So again, a lot of communication going on here.
I love the math example because you go to class after this and the teacher asks you to show your work and you say, well, I can't, I did it in the pool.
Right.
It's a perfect example for not having to literally show your work.
My swim coach ate my homework.
Now some of the other swimmers, in addition to Ertan in this race, in lane number 1, you've got Yara Hirath, a junior from NC State, who swam earlier in this meet in the 400 IM, took 10th. Travis Brook in lane 2, her teammate and a senior, who was just outside the top 20 in the 400 IM. And then Liberty Williams next to Ertan, the favorite. Liberty is in lane number 5, the native of California and junior from Louisville, 7th in the 500 free here this week. Paige Kawada, the Las Vegas native, a 3-time champion at the USA Swimming Futures Championship in Santa Clara, while Maggie Graves is up there in lane 7, which is towards the top of your screen. She's the native of Chicago, Illinois. And Maddie Donahoe rounding out the field from Annandale, Virginia in lane number 8 at the very top of the screen. 13th in the 200-yard free here this week in Greensboro.
You can see also something different in this race. If you watch behind the swimmers, there's not a lot of white water. They're doing what's called a 2-beat kick. So it's basically 2 kicks for every 1 arm pull, and so they're doing that to conserve energy. I've talked about how you've got to conserve your legs in these longer, harder events. Your leg muscles use up a lot of oxygen, so you want to use them as little as possible until the end of the race, and then you'll see a lot of white water behind these swimmers. But right now, they're mostly using their core, and they're using their arms. Everything pretty much except for their legs. A lot like me.
You are cold.
Got to be able to make fun of yourself.
Yes, yes. I thought that's why I was here for you.
All right, so 6 minutes in. We'll step aside and come back. They will still be in the water. Again, just about 15 minutes total here in this mile.
As we come back, Dennis Ertan, the freshman from Georgia Tech in lane number 4, and that yellow cap is the leader here
in the women's 1650 free. This is 1 mile of racing, 66 lengths of this pool in Greensboro. And she has been expanding on her lead with just about every length she swims. This figures to be a decisive win at the rate she is going now.
Yeah, absolutely. She has not lapped anybody yet, which means that she is a 50 ahead of other swimmers in the field, but she will do that. She will do that at some point. It looks like she's getting close to a few of them.
Now she is over halfway through the race, down to 27 lengths to go, over 9 minutes in. And the total time, once more, should come in right around 15 minutes, maybe a little beyond that here.
She's looking really good, nice, easy, and relaxed. She does have a fast turnover. I love to see that in distance events when the swimmer's arms are just going really fast like hers are. It's really cool to see, but underwater, she's pulling a lot of water. So again, once your hand goes in and you streamline it out, you almost want to pop your elbow up and pretend like you're going over a barrel. I would say a barrel of wine. And that's how you do the stroke. And you want to make sure that it goes all the way through, and when you exit the stroke, you're almost touching your hip as your hand comes out of the water. So it's a really long stroke, and she's doing a great job right now.
I always find it curious that you could just say barrel and people would get the idea, but you have to make it a barrel of wine.
I would like to make everything a barrel of wine. It's my I Dream of Jeannie moment.
Poof.
Right, that's why I'm wearing
You're a wine.
That's why I'm wearing the ponytail today.
I'm curious about a race like this that takes so much strength and endurance. When it comes to training, what's a typical week like for these types of swimmers?
Oh my gosh, they are putting in so much yardage. So think about this. My longest race was 59 seconds in a long course pool. And I would train, you know, 2.5 hours in the morning, 2.5 hours at night. You can only imagine what these young ladies are doing. They're putting in some miles. So, you know, we're talking probably could be 18, 20,000 meters a day. And that is a lot. If you could get frequent flyer miles on that, you would be winning.
How many hours a day is that?
That's a lot of hours. But you know what? Here's what's funny is that it's the same amount of time that I would swim, you know, 5,000 in a practice.
Right.
They're going 10,000. And it's just because they are so good at the distance events, and they do swim longer sets.
And Berton here, the leader, by a pretty lengthy margin inside of her final 20 lengths.
Here's where pacing, training, it all takes over. Some of these ladies, you know, they have different ways to break this event down, but they always want to try to what we call negative split the first half and the second half. So you want to almost have it perceived that you're going faster the second half.
Again, Ertan, the leader in lane number 4, right in the middle of the screen, has a yellow cap. And a dozen minutes in here, just over 3 minutes or so left to go.
You see her riding really high on the water. It's almost like her entire back is out of the water, which is what you want when you are swimming fast. You want to be able to get your body positioned in such a way that it helps your body just float on top of the water.
How does the freestyle approach and technique maybe change from a shorter race to a longer one like this?
So usually in a shorter race, you will have a faster turnover. You will have a huge kick behind you. Whereas usually in distance events, Ertan is just going to prove me wrong here, their turnover is not nearly as fast as a sprinter would be. They do not use their legs as much the entire race. So that's really the biggest differences.
11 lengths to go for the leader. Maddie Donahoe right now in second place, way up in lane number 8 at the top of the screen. A distant second though.
weekend. Just pay attention to what's going on also on the side of the pool where you see these coaches throwing pumpers, saying go. Some of them are just holding their hands up saying, yes, yes, that's right. That's what you want. Just hold it right there.
Now 9 lengths remaining for this leader. The native of Turkey, just 19 years of age and Olympic veteran from Tokyo.
There you go, seeing all the hoopla that's going on the side of the deck, whistling, screaming, bazoozas going. We haven't heard one yet today. You know what those are? Those annoying things that they use like at the Olympics or international competitions.
Yeah, I don't think they were bazoozas.
What are they called? Vuvuzelas.
Vuvuzelas, right. Yeah.
Thank you to Jack Graham, our producer.
Bazoozas does sound better though, I think.
I thought so.
Sounds louder, more demonstrative.
Really a lot like me.
It'd be perfect, just perfect.
It would be great.
All right, 5 lengths left to go for the leader.
Here you're going to start seeing a lot of white water coming behind her as you see her coming off of that turn, getting her legs involved. I love that shot right there because you can see where her hands are going in, not crossing over that midline of her body, but just right in front of her shoulder. That was great.
One of 3 freshmen in this field for the women, but the most dominant.
I think she's going to be really pleased with her time, just the way she's looking right now. And you can see that white water. You can see her booty coming up out of the water now just because she is getting so high on the water as we head into the bell lap, meaning the last 50.
One more turn for the leader, Dennis Ertan. Last length of the pool, and in almost 16 minutes, 66 lengths, she goes wire to wire, start to finish to get the victory in the 1650. Maddie Donahoe in lane 8 takes second, the senior from Virginia. And Liberty Williams in lane number 5 next to the winner, the junior from Louisville, on the podium in 3rd.
Oh yeah, congratulations all around. Now I do want to also remind you, and it's very rare that it would happen, but this is a timed final. So they're also going to compare these times with the times that were swum earlier this afternoon, and that's how they will pick the placing. Obviously, Ertan will have won. I don't think anyone went faster than her. But it could happen to, you know, some of the other placings in this heat.
So once again, Dennis Ertan, Maddie Donahoe, and Liberty Williams, top 3 here in our first race of this final evening at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. So she'll collect her things and join us momentarily here to talk about this victory to kick off the evening at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Dennis, congratulations. Terrific swim. It looked pretty smooth and easy out there. Did you feel like you were on top of your game here tonight?
Yeah, I was seeking to finish first, and that's what happened. I'm so happy and so proud of myself and my teammates and my coaches. Thanks to everyone that supported me.
When you talk about pacing a 1650, how did you go about doing that tonight?
I was just wanted to go my best average, and that happened. I'm so glad.
You're not breathing hard. Why not? That means you're on top of your game. Thanks very much. Congratulations and enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Dennis Erton, the freshman from Georgia Tech, winning our first race of the night, and the men take to the pool with their first opportunity as we continue from Greensboro. The men get their first shot of the night, and NC State, as expected, coming in with a substantial margin at the top of the men's standings over Louisville and Virginia Tech. The Wolfpack on their way to another convincing team win here in the ACC championships. And for their 1650, here are the 8 swimmers. What an entrance.
Wow, this is like almost like a football entrance. This is fantastic.
Meet and conference records set just a few years ago. And coming up here this evening, a man who would hope to challenge for one of those marks will be in lane number 4, the senior from North Carolina State, Ross Dant. Hickory, North Carolina native and All-American in this event. Was second here last year as well. So looking to climb one step higher on the podium tonight. How do you like his chances, Amy?
You know, I would say that his chances are actually pretty good to win this event. However, I was talking to his father before the meet tonight, and he said that Ross has got a cold, he's a little stuffy, so, you know, hopefully it doesn't affect him in this race.
How does it typically affect the swimmer? When you've had to deal with that, what's the impact?
You know, not much. It's just if you have a fever, obviously you wouldn't be swimming, and that would be really painful. You know, sometimes it's harder to get a deep breath. He looks great, though. He looks happy. He looks ready to go.
He'll be swimming alongside his teammate, the junior Will Gallant, who's in lane number 5. One freshman in the field, and that is Charles Perks in lane number 1 from Georgia Tech.
Of course, NC State always has those black diamonds on their chests.
It really is remarkable when you think about the run for both NC State on the men's side and Virginia on the women's side here over these last several years. The fact that they've been able to stay at the top in a protracted way year after year.
Yeah, they're just really dominant. When you look at NC State, they've just had such a great program for so long, and you know, their coach Brandon really just focusing again on having fun, and I love it because we were talking in the women's mile that, you know, Todd DeSorbo does the same thing with his team, and it just works out. It's like, you know, just go out and have fun. You've done all the work, you've done all the training, preparation, all of that. Just enjoy it. This is your time to show off.
This is such a different event, so unique, and so much longer than every other race they competed here at these conference championships. Do you have to adjust your eating times, your nutrition, what you eat and drink?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to be really careful with, you know, everyone had lunch this afternoon, but, you know, they really couldn't. Of course they can if you're swimming in the final heat. However, if you're swimming earlier in the day, which is where they do most of the heats, you've got to be careful and, you know, not eat too big of a breakfast. You have to miss lunch. These guys probably throw down quite a few calories.
It's just about when you do it, right?
Yeah, I think really for these guys, it's just whenever you can get it in your mouth, just chow down.
Now the amount of energy output is really remarkable, and then when you go even beyond this, let's say open water swimming, if you watch at the Olympics or one of the major international events, you'll see swimmers actually taking in nutrition during the swim. They'll grab gels and things like that they can squeeze into their mouth really quickly because you got to do it. You're swimming so far and for so long that you need that energy.
Right, exactly. And you know, I think that the mile, if you want my opinion, is kind of verging on when they having to do that because it is a long way. These athletes are working hard really hard for, 15 minutes. So they need a lot of nutrition.
All of the records in this event are sub 15 minutes, right around the 14.5-minute mark. And Ross Dant in lane number 4, the two-time gold medalist at the Junior Pan Pac Championships. And right now, almost stroke for stroke with his North Carolina State teammate in lane 5, Will Gallant. They're right in the middle of the screen and the middle of the pool. Gallant, so far here at these ACC championships, just missed the podium in the 500 free when he was 4th, but that was his best time.
Now, if you're watching, I love watching Ross Dant's stroke. Nice and long, he gets a nice extension out front, as you can see there, really rotating nicely around that axis that is your spine. And if you just take out the turns, he would be ahead in this race. So, his teammate Will Gallant has great turns, really jumps off that wall. But they're staying right there. They're hip to hip. And I also would love to point out that if you look at how close Ross Dant is on that lane line, he's trying to draft off of Gallant, which that is a strategy in these longer events, right? So you've got Will Gallant, who is making a wake, and Dant is trying to get closer to that to kind of ride on it, almost like surf on it, and use less energy throughout that race.
How much of a difference does that make? What are we talking about?
It's just saving energy. It's not necessarily a time thing, but it's definitely saving energy. If I can equate it to if you're riding a bike and you've got the leader out front and they're breaking the wind for everybody else behind them. That's kind of what happens when you're drafting. So my suggestion always is, if you've got a race like this, get off the lane line, first of all. And I know that that's hard to do. And I would even move over to the other side if that other person is not near you, just so that there is no chance.
Well, among some of the other swimmers here in this race, Charles Perks is in lane 1, the freshman from Georgia Tech and Connecticut native, who was ranked 4th in the nation in this event back in 2021 in the 17-year-old age division. James Plage, a junior from North Carolina State and also a Connecticut native, won the 500 free. He is also an All-American here this week in Greensboro. As mentioned, Dant and Gallant, lanes 4 and 5. Another big name in lane 6, Jack Hogue, the native of Albuquerque, New Mexico, won the 400 IM here this week in Greensboro, North Carolina. Ilya Serbitsev, the native of Russia and senior from Louisville, was 7th in the 500 free here at these ACC championships. And Eli Shoyat, the native of Kentucky, winner of the 500 free C final this week here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. He is up in lane 8, which is at the top of the screen.
Right now, as we're watching this, it looks like Will Gallant is just running away with this. But of course, his teammate Ross Dant right below him on your screen is doing great. But look at what is happening right there, lane 3. You can see in the gold cap, you got to be careful because he's right on your hip.
Over halfway through this race, 6 minutes deep. And Gallant stretching his advantage. Dant losing a little bit of ground here. Is this a surprise to you?
It's a huge surprise to me. I think, if Dant were feeling his best, I think that it would be very different. But, we've also got NCAAs coming up, and so I know that he is resting for that as opposed to this event. So that could also be playing into this factor as well.
When it comes to the calendar, how does this event, these ACC championships, fit into the program for a swimmer in preparing for the NCAA championships?
I love having them, within the month, like what we're doing here with the ACC championships. And the reason that I like that is because some sprinters are already starting their taper, so you can kind of see where you're at, see, if you're on point for taper or not. And, if you're a distance swimmer like this, I think that it's great too because you can see where your conditioning is.
So Gallant with the lead. Dant hanging on in second place, and the finish of the men's 1650 coming up from Greensboro. Over 9 minutes into the men's mile here in Greensboro. And in lane number 5, it is a big lead for the junior from North Carolina State, Will Gallant. Early on, he was pretty much stroke for stroke with his teammate next to him in lane 4, Ross Dant, the senior from Raleigh, who was second in this event last year, but Dant has been losing ground and he's going backwards.
Yeah, he just, he's just not ready for this meet for whatever reason. I do want to point something out, though, really quickly, what is going on. He is on the lane line of Mert from Georgia Tech, right next to him. And Mert has moved over to the opposite lane line to get him off of his weight. You can see that really well right there.
How much are the swimmers aware of everything happening around them? Obviously, someone in the lane next to you, you can see that, but do they know how big of a lead another competitor may have or how far back they are, anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. They can see everything because, as they're taking their breaths, they can see where they're at. When they come into the wall and they make their turn, they can also see what's going on around them. So they're very, very aware of what's going on around them.
Gallant still cruising along.
He's doing great. Love his stroke. He does have a faster turnover. And look, he's starting to get his legs involved a little bit. But you can see what I was talking about with that 2-beat kick. You can see one of his legs coming out of the water to do his kick. See right there? It's only one. One. And one.
He is inside of the final 20 lengths of this 66-length race. 1 mile, 1650 in terms of overall yardage.
It's just amazing. I mean, to race a mile in the pool, it's just crazy. These athletes are in the best shape of anybody in this pool area.
And all of their teammates, coaches, fans, friends and family all lining the pools up in the stands. You can see the crowds around here. And something else we have at a meet like this, which you might not expect, lifeguards.
We do have lifeguards. Yeah, do you think that's weird that there are lifeguards here?
Well, I know why they do it,
Sure.
and there are safety precautions and liability and things like that, but it does seem odd just from a practical point of view because the best swimmers in this building are not the lifeguards. They are in the pool competing.
Correct. It's a little odd, but yeah, you can see that lifeguard that we were showing right there. He looks absolutely thrilled to be here, and he has socks on. He's not jumping in the pool. You can't jump in a pool with socks on, sir.
Socks and slides. He's not ready to get wet.
No, he's not. And he's got his hair done. Look at that. It's just flowing beautiful. But yeah, it is always funny when you see that, like at Olympic trials or at Olympic games. You're like, wait, what is going on? But yes, you understand why. Obviously liability, but it's fun to chuckle.
All right, Will Gallant here in lane number 5, continuing to just motor right along. Coming up after this, it's the women's 200-yard backstroke. After that race, it's on to the 100-yard free. The women's 200-yard breast, followed by the men, and then the freestyle relays to finish off the swimming before the platform diving rounds out the night.
I love the platform diving. I could never do it. I'm so deathly afraid of heights. My coach in Arizona would get mad at me and tell me to go up there and jump off of it, and I could never do it. I would sit up there for a really super long time, and I had a great tan, but there's no way I could do that. So I have so much respect for those divers.
Why couldn't you do it?
I'm a scaredy cat. I am so scared when I get up there.
Do you get taunted? Say, just jump, jump, jump.
Absolutely, yeah, they start saying my name, Amy, Amy. No, it's still, nothing would make me go off, no.
All right, Will Gallant coming down to the final few lengths here.
For a distance swimmer, and I don't mean to make a crack on distance swimmers, there's always that thing with sprinters and distance swimmers, but I will say Will has got tremendous turns. He really does. He gets over so quickly as he's heading into this bell lap right here.
He's had a fine week. 4th in the 500 free with a personal best. the junior from North Carolina State and native of Connecticut, on his way to a title here in the mile. And he's going to do it with authority.
That he is.
Substantial margin for Will Gallant, the winner in the 1650. Rostant, top favorite coming in lane number 4, winds up on the podium. He is in 3rd.
Oh, you can just see the pain. Will Gallant shaking his head no. I'm not sure what that's for. It was a good time, but look at the pain right there. Rostant, he is definitely feeling that.
Now 2 North Carolina State swimmers sharing the podium here in this mile event. It takes a while before you can lift yourself out of the pool after doing that.
Oh, exactly. And look at that with Rostant. You can see it in his face. It is just such a painful event.
Now Will Gallant with Rostant bracketing the podium here for North Carolina State. Everyone sub 15 on the podium and in the top 5 here in this race tonight. And we will chat with Will momentarily.
He's got to dry off a little bit. He's going to be on TV. He's got to look good, feel good.
Some swimmers put on the coat. Why do they do that?
Just so that they can stay warm, right? Because it is cold down there on the pool deck, and the water is really cold. So you just got to keep your muscles nice and warm, get ready for your next event.
Will, we saw you shaking your head after the swim there. You got the victory, but what were you thinking there after the race?
I just wanted to go maybe 10 seconds faster. Wasn't too happy with the time there. So, I mean, it's great to get the win, but I still have a lot of work to do.
You know, we were talking before the event that everyone from NC State, all the men, have those black diamonds on their chests. What is that for?
It's a secret. I can't tell you what it means.
Oh, man, come on. You can tell me. No one else is listening. It's just you and me. We're just good old friends. You can tell me.
Yeah, maybe one day.
All right, well done, Will. Congratulations. You get the win. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, Will Gallant on top in the men's 1650. Back to the women in the 200-yard backstroke as we roll along from Greensboro. Back at the Greensboro Aquatic Center, the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships final night here. And now it is on to the women's 200-yard backstroke with Virginia still maintaining their lead over North Carolina State and Louisville. We've got the miles in the rear view, and now the shorter distances coming up here, part of the 9 races on the schedule for the evening. C final here up first. And among the swimmers, 3 freshmen in the 8 that will take to the pool here. A pair of sophomores, but no senior. So heavy on the underclassmen here in this first of the 3 races, C, B, and A final for the 200-yard backstroke. What are some of the notable features of this race?
Well, this race is really tough on the legs. It really is. Backstrokers usually have huge quads because of this. So what you want to do, again, it's like a 200 freestyle. It's like a 200 IM. It's a 200 anything because it's a 200 backstroke. So what you want to do is settle into this first 50. You've got a lot of nerves going on, a lot of adrenaline. So just take it easy this first 50. And then what you're going to want to do is build up the middle 100 and then just blast it out the last 50. And you want to make sure that you keep keep your head tucked into your chin. Right there doing that turn. Do your dolphin kicks, come out and just start rotating over that axis. Now Steve, here's something that's fun. When they're going this way, they can actually see their time on the scoreboard that's over there. And a lot of people think that it's crazy that I say that, but they do pay attention to that.
Does that in any way slow you down? Because you look up and you're trying to find your name. A lot of it is congested on the scoreboard, so in any way, does it slow your pacing?
No, it actually doesn't, because a lot of times you've got just a running clock that goes above all of the names, and that's what we've got here, so you can definitely check it out.
All right, up near the top of the pool in lane number 7, the lead belongs to Madeline Chrisman, the sophomore from Notre Dame. 8 lengths of the pool in this 200-yard event.
She's looking really good with her stroke. Look at how it almost looks like she's just throwing her arms back there. She's just using a lot of muscle underneath the water. And look right there, you can see. Gorgeous. And that is exactly what you want to do in backstroke. Throw those arms back, dive into the wall.
Madeline Chrisman with the victory in the C final. Claire Jansen in lane number 4 strolls in second place.
Oh, yes. That always makes me so happy to see the hugs, the handshakes. Because yes, these ladies are competitors, but at the same time, they're also friends.
Notre Dame occupying 3 of the top 4 places here in the C final tonight, led by the winner, Madeline Chrisman. B final next, and the 8 swimmers again feature a very heavy lineup of underclassmen, 4 different freshmen here. One 5th-year senior from Florida State in lane number 4, and that is Maddie McDonald, a native of Windsor, Ontario. Maddie finishing with a personal best in the 200 back last year. Emma Karam in lane number 3, a freshman from UNC, was just outside the top 15 earlier this week in the 100. Sarah Evans, someone to keep an eye on as well, in lane number 7. Earlier this week in the C final of the 100 back, she was second, native of Fort Pierce, Florida. And right now, pretty even all the way across the pool.
Yeah, it definitely is. All of these ladies are kind of almost going stroke for stroke. Looking really, really nice, getting their legs into it. And this is where you're going to have to make a move. When it's this bunched up, this is the time where you have to do it.
Lane number 5 and lane number 3 right now. Carolyn Bentz, the junior from Virginia Tech, and Emma Karam, the freshman from North Carolina. Seem to be trying to pull away. But lane 6, not letting them run away. Carmen Sastra, the freshman from Virginia Tech as well.
She's looking really nice. It kind of looked like she was bouncing just a little bit in the water, which you want to kind of try to avoid that, but at the same time, she's doing great.
Carolyn Bentz in lane number 5. The Hokie trying to go the distance here. It's been close throughout. And Bentz just hanging on. Sastre in lane number 6 comes in second. So first and second place in lanes 5 and 6 here tonight, led by the winner here in the B final, Carolyn Bentz.
Nice swim. She takes her nose plug off, puts it in her mouth. You always see the synchronized swimmers doing that, or they like put it on almost like a ring. Kind of cool.
So the two Hokies on top. As we get set to shift our focus to the A final here in the 200-yard backstroke.
Oh, we almost...
He was not ready for that.
Wolfpack down, Wolfpack down.
When the vents open up, you got to vacate.
And that's why we have lifeguards, ladies and gentlemen.
You'll feel that in your shorts.
Yeah, you will.
All right, among the featured swimmers to watch, not our meet and conference record holder. That was half a dozen years ago. Alexia Zevnik, long gone. A top swimmer for the Wolfpack back in her day, but the attention now turns to two other North Carolina State swimmers. Kennedy Noble, who is in lane number 4, the native of Goodyear, Arizona, who has also been a medalist on the World Cup. And also next to her, her teammate who is a senior, Emma Muzzy from Roanoke, Virginia, a 6-time All-American and 3-time ACC champion in this event.
Now, not only do they start in the water, but they actually have something to help them out a little bit. They used to have it where you would just start on the touchpad, and those things are slick. You can see right there, they've got almost like the ropes, I guess you would call it, that go down, and then you've got that little wedge where they can put their feet so they don't slip. It used to be awful for backstrokers until they came out with this, and it's so nice.
Raucous crowd on the final night of the ACC Championships, and now set for the A final in the women's 200-yard backstroke.
There's a lot of tailgating going on, actually. Never really heard of that first swim meet, but these parents are into it. A nice turn, and again, you just want to relax this first 50, not really try to push it too hard.
Pretty even here in the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, and 5. Paige Hetrick in lane 3, and then Noble and Muzzy in 4 and 5.
And look at this, it's almost like the B final where we've got just a straight line of swimmers. Everyone's pretty even.
And now the two Wolfpack swimmers getting a little bit of a lead. Kennedy Noble in lane 4, Emma Muzzy in lane 5. One freshman, one senior, representing both ends of the swimming spectrum for the Wolfpack and their prominent program in Raleigh.
And look at this, they are just really tight right there. And they know exactly their nuances, right? Because they train together, so they know what's up. And look at them throwing their arms back. You can see their head is very, very still. You could put a cup of water on their forehead and it wouldn't move.
Oh, that was a great turn in lane 4 by Kennedy Noble.
Oh, and that's where she just caught up right there. Now look at the turnover. Coming up, if she hits this turn well again, she's got this in the bag.
Final turn here. Noble taking the lead on the last leg. Trying to hold off Emma Muzzy, her teammate. And she does it. Kennedy Noble, the freshman, is the winner in the women's 200-yard backstroke. Emma Muzzy second, and Riley Tillman of Virginia takes third.
Oh, and I love the hugs. Look at how tired they are. Kennedy's still got her nose plug on. She's so tired she can't take it off. You know, when we talk about this win, she caught up on the second to last turn. Look at that, how she popped up. Really nice, sitting up beautifully on that water. Here we go, as she goes into this turn. Watch her go over. Wham! Heels to the booty, get it over fast, and look at those dolphin kicks. And here we go at the finish as she hits underneath those flags, and she dives backward into that back bend. Oh, just a beautiful finish. And then, of course, you got to congratulate your teammate, your competitor, and your friend.
3 years, her elder at North Carolina State, but teammates through and through here as the freshman gets the victory. And now she'll make our way over to us, and we'll have a little chat to talk about how she pulled this one out. It was so close for so long, and it was actually Muzzy who had a slight lead for several lengths before that turn into the final 50 for Noble. Kennedy, well done. It was a remarkable turn you made, headed into the final 50. Was that your plan when to take over the moment?
I mean, I was just trying to finish and get to the wall. The two back was so painful. I saw Muzzy right next to me, and that's all the motivation that I needed. And it was so exciting to finish with her.
This is just a great meet that you've been having for your very first ACC championships. How are you feeling about it?
It feels amazing. It is so incredible to be a part of the Wolfpack women and the family. It is insane here. I love it. And this is like, it's just incredible. This is how I finish races like these, is because of them. So.
You should try to enjoy yourself a little more. Congratulations, Kennedy Noble.
Thank you
Terrific
so much.
swim.
Thank you.
Oh, watch out. The vents are open at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Heads up, the men back in the water when we come back to Greensboro. North Carolina State just finishing first and second in the women's race a moment ago. Now back to the men, and they are dominating the standings here, and they have been throughout the week, hoping to add to their margin in their 200-yard backstroke, which is coming up next. And first, it is the C final. 3 freshmen, 2 seniors in this field of 8 swimmers.
Here we go, starting in the water. I think that's why I never swam backstroke. I would be too cold.
You are such a sissy.
Yes, I am. I am a baby. Absolutely. There we go. Nice back bends over the water. Make sure you get your feet, you don't want them to drag on the water.
Nils Bognar in lane number 1 at the bottom of the screen, one of the 3 freshmen in this race from Georgia Tech. UVA also has Braden Howie in lane number 5. Notre Dame's freshman Marcus Gentry in lane 7. 2 seniors, Alex Mays in lane 2 from UNC, and also from Notre Dame right next to him, Jack Fitzpatrick.
You can see right there how they were popping up right after those turns. Nice still heads, rotating around that axis. Now, something that we're watching, Matthew Van Dusen in lane 4, who is leading right now, he pops up really fast after his turn. Like, he doesn't do a ton of dolphin kicks.
And in lane 6, Noah Rutberg, the junior from North Carolina, now taking the lead ever so slightly. Still several swimmers here with a shot very close to the front.
Man, this is a dead heat right here. This is going to be an exciting finish.
Lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7. All stride for stride. And they are coming to the wall together, where it will be Braden Howie in lane number 5, who narrowly gets the win over Marcus Gentry up in lane 7. So the freshman from Virginia comes out on top.
this last 20 yards, and look at that. It was just a dead heat, and the way he did that, he got his hand on the wall by diving backwards, kicking his feet up. Watch again right here. Look back, dive, kick it, feet up. That is how you do it. Really nice finish on his part.
So Virginia gets the victory here as we move along to the B final. Three seniors, two freshmen, and a pair of juniors with one sophomore lined up and ready to go.
Take your mark.
Now Max Edwards, a name to watch in lane number 5, the native of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 5th in the 100 back here this week. He's also an All-American. Marcin Gorach is in lane 4, the junior from Pitt, just outside the top 15 in the 100 fly. And Jack Akins in lane 3, the native of Atlanta, 2nd to the 400 medley relay earlier in Greensboro.
And again, this is a pretty tight heat, and you got to keep your eye on outside smoker. Junior from UVA, Will Cole. I love seeing a good outside smoker in races.
We've seen a few of those here tonight on the edges of the pool.
Look at this, Jack Atkins just dominating right now, just taking over. Look at how deep he dives down on his turns, doing those dolphin kicks, coming up, just spinning.
Pavliddy, the sophomore from Florida State, in lane number 3, trying to maintain this lead. And it's a two-swimmer race right now with lane 4's Marcin Gorach, the junior from Pitt, trying to close him down.
Here we go, watch those underwaters diving deep down in there. Here we go, this is where you really start just kicking it in.
Arias Pavliddy, the Seminole sophomore in lane number 3. And he comes out on top.
He seems fairly happy with that, I think. Also seems exhausted because, yes, the 200 backstroke is one of the more grueling events out there.
So a rare win for the Seminoles here. And they get it in the men's 200-yard back B final. And that takes us to the A final and the parade on to the pool deck.
We need to clear out the pool deck. We do not need anyone to be injured with the steam that is exploding. We almost had a casualty earlier. It's very scary. It's fun to see something new at an event. That was really cool, and you can see a lot of the guys were smiling. They just thought it was awesome. I thought it was awesome.
Stewart with both the meet and conference records set 3 years ago. A lot of young swimmers in this A final. 3 sophomores, freshmen. And we have been noting it throughout the last few days. North Carolina State just in full control here in this conference over the last several years. That's also the case this week in Greensboro, just trying to galvanize their position and cement their standing at the top of the chart. Lanes 4 and 5, that's where the action figures to be. Nico Garcia, the sophomore from Virginia Tech, the 20-year-old from Madrid, Spain, swam the backstroke in the Olympics in the 200-meter in Tokyo. And Jack Akins, the sophomore from Virginia, native of Atlanta, the defending champion and All-American in this race.
I think the battle is going to be right there in the middle of the pool with those two gentlemen, Virginia and Virginia Tech. to calm down so we can get these guys started.
Take your mark.
There they go. They are off.
Another big name that is on the margins here up at the top of the screen in lane 8, Kasper Stokowski, who was 4th in the 100-yard fly. He won the 400 medley relay, part of the team from North Carolina State that captured the title and set a conference record. So he has been swimming well this week. Right now, the early lead belongs to lane number 5 and the defending champion, Jack Akins.
And you know, Nico Garcia in lane 4 right there with that reddish pink suit. I thought he was going to be in it a little bit more. He's got to really start concentrating and just really get in there, get his legs going, start throwing his arms back to get back in the mix.
Akins like a rocket here in lane 5. Just shot out from the start and has not looked back. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 just about even for second place.
Oh, look at his arms, throwing them back like that. His turns are great. Look at how he dives down doing those dolphin kicks.
The 12-time All-American. And now it is Nico Garcia, the Spaniard, coming on in lane number 4. Oh, and it's a terrific turn. They are stroke for stroke. What a comeback by Nico Garcia. He is pulled ahead. The Spaniard, 20 years of age, and what a come-from-behind win by Nico Garcia. Just tremendous here in Greensboro.
Wow, I had all but counted him out earlier. That was a tremendous last 50, my goodness. Let's look at the last turn. Watch right here. You can see Nico in that pinkish suit is in 3rd. Watch how he comes off that turn, and right here he is even and just pulls ahead underneath the flags, and amazing. That was one of the best come from behind wins I have seen in quite some time.
And it was actually Stokowski in lane 8 who finished in 2nd, ahead of Jack Akins, who winds up 3rd from lane number 5. Akins was the leader most of the way in that race. But as we noted, Stokowski, a guy who's been a winner so far this week, a pretty big name for this event, even though he was on the outside of the pool. But he gets into 2nd place, and Garcia the victory for Virginia Tech.
Again, an outside smoker coming in lane 8, getting 2nd.
Haven't seen many recoveries like that in a race this week.
No, that was really good. Everybody congratulating him as we're trying to grab him. Everyone else is trying to grab him. You're definitely in need when you're a winner.
Nico, that was one of the most exciting come-from-behind wins we've seen all week here in Greensboro. How'd you pull it off?
Well, I will try practicing distance, so I will my chance is the second 100, and that's how I push it up.
Nico, I saw when you got out of the pool, there was a young lady, you kissed her forehead. Is there anything you want to tell me?
No, I don't want to tell you. I will take it privately. Thank you.
Were you concerned at all? You fell behind early. Were you worried at any point in the race?
No. It's like how I was doing the 200, so I was pretty concerned how it's going to be my second 100.
All right, congratulations. Thanks, Nico.
Thank you so much.
On the way, the women's 100-yard freestyle, and some of the box office names of the week will be in the pool when we return. Katie Douglas, and she's just phenomenal. The senior from Virginia, 21 years of age, from New York City. You want some of this smoke? Just flat out dominant to get the win. Barely looked like she broke a sweat, so to speak. Virginia leading North Carolina State, Louisville, North Carolina, and Duke in the top 5 here on the final evening of the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. And the women back in the pool here with the 100-yard freestyle. One of the faster races you will see, and you will also see the C final up first.
100 free is always so exciting. Longer than the 50, obviously, so there's a little bit more strategy that goes into it, and it's so fun to watch.
Just 4 lengths of the pool. It'll be over in under a minute.
Take your mark.
Start is so important in these sprints, and all of those ladies had a really good start. I didn't see anyone lagging back. Turns also critical in this race. You want to make sure that you get into that wall fast and just bounce off of it. Doing those dolphin kicks underwater to get underneath that wall of water so you don't get smacked with it, so to slow you down. Here we come on the last turn.
Lane 1, Madeline Moore, the senior from Virginia Tech, with a good swim here, but boy, they are pretty much stretched out across the pool, stride for stride. Now in lane number 4, it looks like it will be Anna Summers, the sophomore Hokie from Blacksburg, who gets the win.
Oh, that was a great race by her. She seems really pleased with it, too.
So 2 Hokies on top. Tech leading the way. Sarah Snyder of Duke coming in 3rd. B final next.
Now, Steve, when you were talking about how it looked like everyone was really bunched up, they will be doing that in these races. These races, 1st and 3rd, can be separated by 3/100ths of a second. It is just nuts.
Grace County from UNC in lane number 5 is one of the featured swimmers here in this race. County has been very good this week. A series of top 5s in the 100 back, 400 medley relay, and the 50 free. Also an All-American here in this 100-yard free as well.
Here we go, coming into the first 50. And it literally is an all-out sprint from now. So important to hit these turns, hit this last turn, and just bring it home.
Julia Dennis in lane 4, the freshman from Louisville, battling with County in lane 5, the senior from UNC in that white cap. But right now, Julia Dennis from Louisville hanging on to get the win. Just ahead of Ella Welch, who made the charge from lane number 6. She's in 2nd. And in the end, it's Sarah Shackelford from Virginia Tech, who winds up in 3rd place.
Julia Dennis looks really happy with that time, as she should. That was great.
Louisville with the top 2 spots. As we now get set for the A final. And this is an A cast of characters as well. You will not find a race here tonight with more box office names than what we have coming up here in this 100-yard free and the A final.
All of these ladies so fast, so good at this event. It's anyone's race.
And Kate Douglas set the meet record earlier today in prelims. Gretchen Walsh has the conference record from last year. Both of those athletes are swimming here tonight. Virginia continuing their roll through this conference that started way back in 2008. They have not looked back. The Cavs once again owning things here in Greensboro. And the two Cavs are in lanes 4 and 5 here. The senior Kate Douglas in lane number 4. And also for the Who's, the sophomore Gretchen Walsh in lane 5. Catherine Burkhoff is also in lane 6. A huge name, the senior from North Carolina State. And Gabby Albiero, lane 3, the junior from Louisville. So a feast of swimming talent here, all in the middle of the pool.
I mean, you could throw any 4 of these girls on a 400 free relay and you would win all day long. That's how talented this field is.
Again, Kate Douglas setting the meet record in the prelims earlier today, 46:50. Only question, did she use her best swimming in the morning? Or is she on such a roll that it's only going to get better here in the final?
If I know her, it's going to get better. Great start by those ladies, nice and clean. Get those dolphin kicks in. Come up before that second red buoy. Let's see if we see an American record maybe.
And as expected, Kate Douglas in lane 4, Gretchen Walsh lane 5, the two teammates from Virginia setting the early pace.
Watch Walsh in lane 5. Her underwaters are just spectacular, and she usually pops up ahead.
In lane number 4, Kate Douglas getting a stern test from Gretchen Walsh here. Just about stroke for stroke here. Douglas now inching ahead, coming to the wall, and Kate Douglas gets another win here in Greensboro, North Carolina.
And she broke her meet record, she broke the conference record. What a great time, 45:86. She is just off the American record, which is set by Simone Manuel from Stanford back in 2017, and Simone, one of the top sprinters in the world. Great swim. Look at this last 25. I mean, they were stroke for stroke, and then all of a sudden this surge. Look at that. I love how she did that straight arm, dove into the wall, fingertip touch. Amazing.
Conference record and meet records both set here by the two Virginia swimmers, Douglas and Walsh, at the top of the standings. Oh, what a day for Kate Douglas. Meet record in the prelims, just got better here in the final. And Virginia on some kind of roll.
So now I think after I busted out someone for kissing on the deck, everyone's cleared out. Don't let her see what's going on.
Amy's always watching.
Always. Get your jacket on, keep your muscles nice and warm.
Kate, another win, another record. What made the difference in this swim for you tonight?
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with that. I wasn't expecting 246 tonight, so I'm very excited about that. And I think just having 3 other of my teammates in that heat with me, definitely got me excited to race.
You were basically 0.3 of a second off that American record set by Simone Manuel. Is that something that you have your eyes set on for NCAAs?
Honestly, not really. I don't think I'm going to swim this race at NCAAs, so being able to go best time tonight was really exciting. It's definitely surprising.
Well, a record in the prelims this morning, another one tonight. It's a good day for you here in Greensboro. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On to the men when we continue. And Youssef Ramadan, the junior from Virginia Tech, defending champion in the 100-yard freestyle. He is on the way. North Carolina State, Louisville, and Virginia. Top three. It's been that way for quite a while now here in the men's standings at these ACC swimming and diving championships. We roll along to the 100-yard freestyle with the C final up first. A couple of swimmers from Louisville, 2 from Tech. A pair of freshmen and 1 senior among the swimmers here coming up next.
Now, I'm not a fashionista. However, you look at Mario in lane 4. That is a fantastic swimsuit.
Kind of stands out, doesn't it?
It truly does, and it's only on the back. So we can pick them out easily. Nice starts, good underwaters. Everyone came up appropriately. Now, you know, in the 100 freestyle, you want to breathe. A lot of these guys are breathing every stroke. Back in the day, my day, it was every 3rd stroke. You just want to make sure that your stroke is completely balanced and that you don't have one side that's pulling harder than the other. Look at this, it is going to be our super suit guy.
And the 2 Virginia Tech swimmers in adjacent lanes, William Hayden and Mario Yanis. And they are at the top of the standings in lanes 3 and 4. So Tech puts 2 at the top.
I think Mario knows it was all in the fashion. It was a really, really great swim. That last 25 was so great for him.
Well, if you're going to go bold, you got to back it up.
I was going to say that, yeah. You don't want to be embarrassed and, you know, get like 45th or whatever. Not that that's a bad thing, but if you wear a suit like that, you got to win. I like that.
So they clear the way for the B final coming up. And 4 seniors spread across the middle of the pool, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And 3 of those belonging to this very potent North Carolina State team.
Take your mark.
Lane 4, we've got Giovanni Izzo from NC State, and he is just killing it on the underwaters, just coming up so much further ahead than he goes into the turns because of that.
He was on the podium, finishing 3rd in the 100 back. And just has a narrow lead here, but getting a challenge from lane number 5, Bartosz Pizarovsky. And they are really spread out here, but it looks like it's gonna be now lane 5 pulling ahead to get the win, the senior from NC State.
That was a tremendous finish. Yeah, you need to smack the water for that one because that was outstanding. Great last 25. Throw those pumpers up there, my friend. .41.9, he's going to be really happy with that.
So NC State, the 3 of the top 4 here in this consolation final. Sizable crowd at the Greensboro Aquatic Center on this last night of these ACC championships. And now, set for the A final here in the men's 100-yard free.
They got that left steam machine working for these guys.
Here's the A final of the men's 100-yard freestyle.
Everyone looking very serious. Getting ready to go.
Well, the meet record belongs to Matt Brownstead, who set it last year. He is back swimming again this year, and he will be in lane number 6, the junior from Virginia. But among the other favorites, the junior from Virginia Tech, Yusef Ramadan, the defending champion in this event, was 11th at the NCAA championships in this race, and also a guy who swam at the Olympic Games in Tokyo for Egypt. Chris Giuliano, the sophomore from Notre Dame, will be right alongside Ramadan in lane at number 5. Brownstead, the meet record holder, is up in lane 6. The native of Pennsylvania and an All-American in this race. Was the ACC champion 2 years ago here in the 100-yard free.
And on paper, this looks to be an exciting 100 freestyle. Crowd still going nuts. These fans are out of control, and I am living for it.
Ramadan lane 4, Giuliano lane 5, and the meet record holder Brownstead in lane number 6.
Take your mark.
Keep your eye again on the middle of the pool. Ramadan, he is known for those underwaters. Look at his straight arm stroke, bouncing off that wall. Brownstead also right in there as well.
It is Ramadan, just a very narrow lead here. One more turn to go.
So important to hit this turn. He's going to do this really long underwater, but look at this. We've got these other guys that are right with them. Not anymore.
Yusef Ramadan in lane 4 runs it back. And he wins for the second year in a row here in the men's 100-yard free.
Oh, yes. Let's get up on those lane lines. He wants to hear this crowd. I think he deserves it. Let's go, guys.
The 20-year-old from Egypt. All-American and now a 2-time champion in the 100-yard freestyle.
Let's look at this last 12 yards here and just look how he keeps his head down. Those arms are straight. He dove into the wall. The only thing I would say for him, if he wants to go a little bit faster, get on your side, fingertip touch. You can see his coach, Sergio Lopez, over there for Virginia Tech. He won a bronze medal in '88 in the 200 breaststroke.
5 different schools in the top 5 positions here in this men's 100-yard free. Now Ramadan, his second win of the week after taking the victory in the 100-yard fly. So he is having himself a championships at the Greensboro Aquatic Center this week.
He is just a phenomenal talent in the sprint world. Someone to definitely keep an eye on for these next few years coming up.
Hey. Yusef, thanks for joining us. Evaluate your swim and how you pulled off this win.
I don't know, I just have to stay under and like first 50 strong, second 50 strong, so everything was 100%. But being here with this team, with all my homies, it's another feeling, to race here with all these people in the stands, means everything to me. And like I said, I come here to fight and fight for this team, for myself, for the people up there, for the people at home, So I'm just super happy for them to be happy with me, and yeah.
Well, this is your second, no, you're perfect. This is your second win of the ACC championships. How do you feel going into NCAAs in a few weeks?
you know, I have to calm down because NCAAs, it'll be so much more hard, and I have to focus and stay humble, obviously, because NCAAs, it'll be hard, but I hope, inshallah, that I will win this NCAAs. Hopefully, inshallah.
Well, for the time being, enjoy this moment and relish the week here at the ACCs.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Youssef Ramadan, the winner here in the men's 100-yard free. And from the freestyle to the breaststroke, we move on here in Greensboro after this. Alex Walsh, one of the big stars this year, and a junior from Virginia, an All-American in the breaststroke. Alex Walsh to the wall with the win. Never any doubt. Virginia cementing their place at the top of the women's standings here, ahead of NC State and Louisville, as the women return to the pool here with the 200-yard breaststroke. And Virginia well represented in the crowd here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. The Who's have brought their faithful. And first up, it will be the C final. A pair of Fighting Irish swimmers in the middle of the pool, with junior Sarah Bender in lane 3, Ellie Zhu in lane number 4, the senior from the Fighting Irish. UVA with just one swimmer, the junior Sophia Wilson in lane number 6. To note about this 200-yard distance in the breaststroke discipline.
It is grueling, and if you don't believe me, here's what we're gonna do. Every time these young ladies are underwater, I want you to hold your breath and jump up and down and do jumping jacks, and continue to do jumping jacks until they're done. It is exhausting. They are underwater a lot, having to hold their breath a lot, and it's just, I just can't even describe it. I would say, you know, it's right up there with the 400 IM and the 200 butterfly, in my opinion.
You know I'm not going to do that, right? The jumping jacks and all that.
No, I think you should.
I'm on the clock. I'm sorry.
There's a clock? What?
Well, early on here in lane number 4, the lead belongs to Ellie Zhu, the senior from Notre Dame.
She looks really nice. She's got a nice narrow kick, and look at her right there, coming up, taking a nice breath, diving back down into the water, getting that beautiful streamline. And she's just got some open water right here. This is just spectacular.
Second place is currently in lane number 5, Kat Ward, the junior from North Carolina, one of 3 Tar Heels here in the C final.
You can see right there in the kick, you've got to get your toes out as you bring your heels up to your booty so that you can grab onto the water and help it push you forward. Really like her strokes. Want to make sure that this turn is great. It's so hard to not want to just take another deep breath at that last wall, but she did a great job getting off of it. And right here you can see, gosh, I love this shot. Look at how she gets her hands up and out. Nice tight streamline as she heads into the finish.
And that was impressive. Ellie Zhu, the senior from Notre Dame, winner of the C final.
Congratulating her teammates. It's so hard. She got a nice job out, but it's got to be hard to do that after that race.
North Carolina places 2 in the top 3, but Notre Dame gets the win here in 2:10.52. Here are the starters for the B final, including Tara Volk, the transfer from Northwestern, who's in lane 5, native of Slovenia and a grad student at Miami. Was 5th in the 100 dress earlier this week.
So we know she's got a lot of speed. So this first 100 will be really nice and easy for her. She's got to concentrate on that middle 100 and of course just blast it out on the last 50. She gets really high up out of the water, diving down into that streamline and getting into that nice body position. Kind of ate the wall a little bit there on that turn. Breaststroke and butterfly, the same thing. You've got to really start planning out your finishes and your turns well before you hit that wall so you don't eat it when you come in too close or sit there and have to streamline forever.
Now, right now, lane number 4, Maddie Huggins, the sophomore from Florida State, with a slight lead, but really it's lanes 3, 4, and 5 who are going head-to-head here at the front of this race.
Got Maddie in lane 4 from FSU. She has now taken over the lead. Looking really nice. You can see as she comes up, she tucks her chin almost into her chest, and that's exactly what you want to do in that position.
Trying to expand her lead here ever so slightly. Not really getting away, but still out in front.
She's got almost like a Lily King-esque stroke. Lily gets very high out of the water as well. It's just a preference, and it's what is better for your body and for your stroke and for your own biomechanics as to what you do.
Coming down towards the end, still hanging on to this lead, and quite a battle for second place right now between lanes 3, 5, and 6.
Juliet Manson in lane 6, she barely was underwater after that turn.
The sophomore from Florida State, Maddie Huggins, and she is going to get the victory in the B final.
Oh, and she blew a kiss to the fans. That was really cute.
One of 2 FSU swimmers in this race, but the only one on top. Seminoles do occupy 2 of the top 3 places, though, in the standings. This is the A final in the women's 200-yard breaststroke. Crank up the music, light the afterburners for the rocket ride that is the 200-yard breaststroke. Now the meet record belongs to Alex Walsh. She set that last year. Kate Douglas has the conference record as well as the American and NCAA records. Kate Douglas a winner earlier tonight, but not racing here in this 200-yard breaststroke. Alex Walsh is, however. She'll be in lane number 4, the junior from UVA and defending champion.
She is just such a tremendous swimmer. Always love watching her swim the breaststroke. She's got those breaststroker legs, just very strong and muscular. It's just really, really nice.
An Olympian and silver medalist in the 200 IM from Tokyo. 21 years of age from Nashville. Also won a gold medal in the IM medley at the World Championships last year. And the All-American here in this 200-yard breaststroke event. Tries to win it for the 2nd consecutive year. But Ella Nelson, her teammate, 1 year older than her, next to her in lane number 5, will provide quite the challenge here. And as we've seen on more than one occasion, could be a couple of calves battling for the win.
Those two ladies so strong, so powerful in the water. This is kind of like the calm before the storm. You're just trying to keep your composure. Sometimes you're smacking your hands, you're smacking your legs, trying to get that neuromuscular system working. There was a little movement there on that start, if I was seeing correct. I think that lane 6 might have moved a little bit. I don't know. I could also be seeing things.
Well, we'll see. Judges will have a look, and the officials will, of course, notify us of anything that they may be reviewing. Meanwhile, as the race gets underway here, it is Alex Walsh out to a slim lead in lane number 4. The 8-time NCAA champion and All-American.
And we did have a false start we're hearing, so we'll keep you updated. But in the meantime, let's watch this amazing race. Alex Walsh doing what she does best, having that beautiful brushstroke. This is what I'm talking about when I say get that glide out front. You can really see it in her stroke. She's just so tall and long that you can really see it as she stretches out, as they do their underwaters and pop-up swimming. And this is where she is going to take over.
Just ahead of her teammate Ella Nelson, the senior from Virginia, in lane number 5. Lane number 6, Andrea Podmanakova, the senior from North Carolina State, in lane number 6, hanging tough near the top of the screen.
Now Alex Walsh, right there, that turn was a little bit not Alex Walsh-esque because she had her hand go way over the top of her head instead of having it go right by her ear, keeping it nice and compact, but she is still doing tremendous as we head into this last 25.
Solid turn and very sound lead for Alex Walsh. Meet record holder, defending champion, Olympic medal winner, the 21-year-old from Nashville, Alex Walsh. You bet.
Nice finish for her. What a great race. Well swum. She's smiling. I hope she was happy with that because it looked really good.
And the Who's go 1 and 2. Walsh followed by Nelson.
So here's what we're gonna do, because I was mentioning that I thought that there was a false start. Here's real speed. I want you to watch lane 6 up at the top of your screen there. I really felt like she jumped. I don't know. I don't know. Let's slow it down. Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was okay.
And this was the end of the race where Alex Walsh came in for the win.
Look at that, Steve. That is just textbook brushstroke. Congratulating her Virginia teammates. Everybody's saying congrats, way to go.
So the two Who's, Walsh and Nelson, leading the way with Alex Walsh getting the win in just over 2:03.
You know, there was actually a false start, but I was wrong. It was not lane 6, it was lane 5, Ella Nelson from UVA. So there was a jump. Let's watch it one more time now that we know where she's at, right? So we're gonna look at lane 5. So it's 5th from the bottom. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. You can definitely see. It's very minimal, like it's very, very hard to see. But remember, they've also got timing pads on those starting blocks so they can tell.
Well, Alex, congratulations. The 5th win you have been a part of this week. What a tremendous ACC championships you are having. What was the impactful moment for you in this race, do you think?
Really, I just had a lot of fun in the ready room with my 3 other teammates. We have a world-class breaststroke squad at UVA, so just knowing that we're really confident walking onto the deck all together, that really just made me really happy and excited to race.
You know, I feel like we've been talking to you so much this week that I may be invited over for Thanksgiving dinner, perhaps?
Thank you. Yeah, it's been an awesome couple of days. I couldn't be happier to represent my school.
Now, a sizable amount of wins. Congratulations on your latest.
Thank you so much.
Alex Walsh, 5 wins on the week, and the men's 200-yard breaststroke will be coming up when we return to Greensboro. North Carolina State, look at that number they have posted to lead the way over Louisville and Virginia. Just getting better and better. The Wolfpack dominating. And the commissioner of the ACC, James Phillips, in attendance here, making the rounds at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. We'll see him later when they start handing out awards, and we see the podium presentations and all the frivolity that happens at the end of the meet. Working our way towards the end of the final night. Here's the C final in the men's 200-yard breaststroke. A pair of Louisville swimmers in lanes 5 and 6. Carlos Colmarti has the meet record in this race. We'll see him later in the A final. Will the men's technique and stroke differ all that much from what we saw with the women?
No, it really won't. They're going to have exactly the same technique. You want to make sure that you're streamlining out front. You pull the water apart, you round the corner, you squeeze in tight, and then jump out to your streamline again. And again, I was talking about the kick when we were watching the women. You want to have your toes pointed out as you bring your heels to your booty, grabbing on that water. It's the same. It's exactly the same thing.
Lane number 3, off to a promising start here. Cole Resnick of Duke. In the dark cap with the blue lettering right in the middle of the screen. Lane 4, though, coming on now. Joseph Hall, the sophomore from Virginia Tech. Now near the top of the pool, lane 7, also looking good. Jason Martindale from Florida State. We've got a legit 4 or 5 guys in the battle for the win.
We do. This is really cool. It's always fun to see an exciting race. And we've seen a lot of those tonight. Here we go.
3, 4, 5, 7, 4 lanes for 1 win. 2 more turns and working their way towards the finish.
Oh my goodness. This is anyone's race.
And now lane 5, inching ahead, Aiden Criley, the senior from Louisville, and that white cap.
This is such a tight race.
Slim lead for the Louisville Cardinal, but it is enough. He gets the victory. One of several different swimmers near the front throughout that race from start to finish.
That was a great race for him. Hope that he's happy with that time. That was a really good time. He obviously he improved on his morning swim, which is always nice to do when you get to come back and swim at night.
4 different schools in the top 4 here, led by Louisville. And the B final coming up. 1 freshman and a pair of seniors among the field here.
Lane 4, Arsenio Bustos, he was really getting pumped up back there. I love that. And watch as they do their underwater pullouts. You're allowed one dolphin kick, as well as a breaststroke pull and a kick. And here's the thing. This is one of the only events that I believe, and I don't know this to be 1,000% true, that is not a violation if you come up past the second red buoy. Because it doesn't happen very often.
Well, in the early going here, in lanes 3 and 4, you have Flynn Kriske, the senior from Pitt, and Arsenio Bustos, the sophomore from North Carolina State. Two swimmers, almost tied for the lead here.
Here comes Bustos. Again, he just looks so nice and easy, and that's what you want swimming to look like. You want it to look really nice, relaxed above the water, and all the work is done underwater. He's doing a great job of that, coming up nicely in the water.
Now Bustos taking control here. Dark cap, middle of the pool, lane number 4.
Nice streamline out front as he hits this wall. He gets his hand so close to his ear. I just love that. I guess when you're coached by an Olympian who won bronze in this event, I think maybe you're going to have a good breaststroke squad, as they do.
And he is showing off here, extending his advantage. Arsenio Bustos, the sophomore from North Carolina State. He's going to win by over a length. Just gradually strung it out and had his largest margin at the finish.
Wolfpack is fired up tonight. They have had some amazing swims. Bustos just had another great swim.
And the two Wolfpack swimmers in the top 3, led by Bustos with the win, 152.34. As we finish off the B final, and just the A left to go now. Final race before the platform diving. And the swimmers for this A final on the way.
We got people pumped up, trying to get the crowd into this. I don't think the crowd needs any help. They are fired up for this final night of the ACC Championships. We've got pom-poms, tailgates. It's on fire.
The meet record belongs to Carlos Cole-Marty. He set that last year, and he's back once again here tonight in lane number 4. The junior from Virginia Tech comes from Catalunya, Spain. He's an All-American in this event. The defending champion, and barely missed a medal at the NCAA Championships in this race last year when he was 4th.
You can see him there getting really serious, taking out his earbuds.
Almost forgot.
Yep. Would that be terrible? Those things are not as cheap as they were in our day.
You're underwater, and why is the music still playing?
Right.
As you ask yourself.
Hopefully you enjoy it, though. Swimmers smacking themselves around, and again, this is because you're going from a sitting still position into like blasting it out. So you want to get your muscles, your neuromuscular system all ready. So that's why you see a lot of that. You'll see a lot of shaking out of the muscles, just trying to keep them loose, relaxed as they're standing behind the blocks with nothing more than a swimsuit on. And it is cold on that deck when you are wearing just a swimsuit.
So Cole-Marty the favorite. Noah Nichols, though, also a prominent swimmer next to him in lane 5, the junior from Virginia.
Here we go, calling him up to the blocks. Marty had a great start. Oh my goodness, it was almost like he knew exactly when that beeper was gonna go off and he just jumped at it. Wonderful. He did not false start. I would like to go ahead and say that. It was just awesome.
Going to have to hold off Noah Nichols, though, in lane 5. The native of Midlothian, Virginia, was the winner in the 100 breaststroke this week. And one of 3 different top 5s he's had here in Greensboro.
Right now, Camardi is just looking really nice. Great stroke, taking it nice and easy, bouncing off that wall.
Just slightly ahead.
It looks like Noah Nichols in lane 5 is really starting to make a push.
He's an All-American.
Again, another tight race as we're sitting here. And don't count out, we've got lane 3 from Louisville. We've got Denis Petrushoff also moving up.
So really lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 right now. Spread out near the front of the race, and very little separation here.
Right now, Camardi, if you watch him very carefully, his turnover has started to pick up. He knows those 2 guys are right in his grill, and he's speeding up his turnover, making his kick whippier.
But here comes lane number 3, Denis Petrushoff, the sophomore from Louisville. And they are neck and neck here. Down the stretch in the men's 200-yard breaststroke, Petrushoff charging late, getting ahead, finding his way to the wall, and he gets the win, upsetting the defending champion.
Oh my goodness! Another amazing come from behind win. Great swim. Let's watch this last turn right here, because this is where it was dead even. They do their underwater pullouts almost exactly the same time. You can see Cole Marty right there. He's getting his turnover faster. But I'll tell you what, watch this. Oh, it was just at the end, just getting that stroke in there faster. Watch this. Wham! Right there, fingertip touch. I just love this. Look at this. It is so even. It almost looked like Homarty kind of tightened up at the end a little bit there. He's not fully rested for this event, so, that could be a reason why, but man, that was a great race.
Well, a conference record for Denis Petrushoff, who comes from Eastern Europe. He was second in the 100 here this week, but moves up a spot in the standings to win the 200 on the final night. And another dramatic finish as he overcomes a deficit on the final length, the last 25 yards to produce the victory. Now, Denis, that last turn and the final 25 made the difference to allow you to come back. What happened and how'd you pull that off?
I don't know, it's just my tactic every time. This last 50, same as short course, same as long course. You can see, I push every last 50 onto rest.
You did a really, really nice job. What does this mean to you to get this ACC championship win?
It's not about me, it's about my team. So yeah, I did it only for my team, yeah.
Your teammates are fans of that answer. But for this race, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we now move on to men's platform diving. Like jumping off a building. And that's on the way next. As we come back, time now for the diving. And if you want to work in TV covering this sport, it's not as cushy as you think. And for my partner, Jason Bauman, you gotta earn it. Big fella, it's time to go to work.
So all of this great diving here this week at the ACCs made me a little bit jealous. I wanted to get back up here on the 10-meter platform, back where I used to do all of my best diving. So we're up here 33 feet in the air, about 3-story building. And yes, all of these guys are up here and they're deciding to do flips, twists, and come out and go in the water nice and vertical. I'm just going to go myself, I think. I'll be back in a little bit. See ya.
Well, I gotta say, the legs were bent, the feet came apart. I can't go above a 4.5 on my score, Jason.
Well, I'm okay with that. You know, it's been a couple of years since I've been up there. I just went with what was going to be safe and I could execute safely for the best of my ability.
To be honest, I thought I was going to have to push him. I mean, to get this segment in the bank.
It's fun. The scary part's the fun part.
When was the last time?
Probably a couple years ago. You know, we go to the pool pretty regularly, but it's been a little bit of time.
Glad you dried off and you're ready to go as the real athletes now take to the platform. We have 8 divers in all here in this men's platform event. They will be doing 6 dives all together. And this is an event that Miami has dominated recently as we take you through the judging scale for execution and how it breaks down.
Yep, so we're looking for scores that are in those categories of very good, of 8.5, 9 or 9.5, and good, 7, 7.5, 8. Anything in the satisfactory range is okay, but if you're really going to be trying to get to the top, you got to be in those good and very good execution scores. The middle 3 scores add together times the degree of difficulty to give you your point totals for that dive, looking for 60 to 65 points a dive.
And the various categories of the dives we will see.
So for the men's platform contest, they do 6 dives. Yesterday we only did 5. The women get to leave 1 out. The men have to cover all 6 of the categories, so you'll see each of these categories where they go forward, backward, reverse where they're going forward, rotating backward, inward where they're going backward, rotating forward, and then those 2 other categories, twisting and arm stand dives.
One of the big favorites, Max Flory of Miami, a 2-time winner here this week. We will see him in just a little while. First up, though, is Patrick O'Brien from North Carolina State, the senior who comes from Huntersville, North Carolina, making his first finals appearance here in this event.
He's choosing to start on the 10-meter platform with the forward 3.5 somersaults in the pike position. So I like the takeoff on the tower. He could be a little bit more better form where his feet are pointed on the out here. He's going to flex them as he comes out. Good dive, but not quite all of those little specifics that you're looking for.
Are they dealing with nerves on the first dive, or do you take care of that in the warm-ups?
You know, I think on platform a lot of times you deal with nerves, period, as well as in competition too. It depends on how comfortable you are up there, but certainly that first dive's always want to get a good one in so that you're on the right pace.
Elijah Clear is a freshman from Georgia Tech, coming from West Palm Beach, Florida, and like O'Brien, who preceded him, also in his first final.
And he's going to do the same amount of rotations, forward 3.5 somersaults, but he's going to choose to do it in the tuck position, so his knees are going to be bent, going to be grabbing his ankles in small, little, tiny tuck and ball. And I love that he's nice and little, gets small. He finishes it really high, comes out, and actually maybe holds it just a little bit tiny short of vertical. So his scores are still going to be in that good range.
Seamus Harding is next, the junior from Duke. Coming from up the coast in Hillsboro, New Jersey. He was second in this event last year at the ACC Championships.
Yeah, he had a really good final last year. Super consistent. He's going to start with a forward 3.5 somersault pike, same dive we just saw. Going to be really happy with that effort. I think it could finish higher, but he's deep in his pike. He comes out and he really finds that vertical entry and clean going in.
And that will take us to Ben Wynn, the freshman from the Fighting Irish, also in his first final, as we move down to the 5-meter platform.
So Ben is giving us a forward 2.5 somersault pike on the 5-meter. And, we talked about a little bit yesterday that Notre Dame doesn't have a platform in their own facility, so they have to go elsewhere to train. Why sometimes it's easier to do those dives on the lower platforms.
Well, I mentioned that Miami has really dominated this competition over the last few years. They are the only school with more than one diver in this event tonight. The first of those is Mohamed Farouk, who comes from Egypt, and also a transfer from Alabama, where he began his collegiate diving career, now a sophomore.
So I like the takeoff here. You're actually going to see his feet just a little over the end of the platform. He kind of almost slips a little bit, but he doesn't panic, comes out, and a great clean entry. Very good scores. Gonna like that start over 70.
Next up is Noah Zawadzki from Virginia Tech, but this is his hometown. He hails from Greensboro, so coming back home for these ACC championships this week and his final go-around as he is a fifth-year senior.
That's a fantastic one from Noah there. He's really tall and balanced. Nice jump and movement off the platform. Finishes high and vertical and clean. Could be a little cleaner, but good dive.
All right, now the big name, Max Flory from Miami. Two-time winner already this week in both the 1-meter and the 3-meter. Going for his third win here in Greensboro.
So Max has his order a little bit different. He's going to start with the reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. And it's a little better effort than what he did this morning. It's still a little bit, he opens a hair too early, and then as he feels it's a little short, he tries to pull his body around. So not a great start, but a little better than he got off to start this morning.
One more diver left to go in the first of this 6-round competition. Cameron Cash of Pittsburgh. A sophomore who comes from Texas, making his first appearance in a final this week.
His teammates definitely like it. I like that finish too. Again, nice and tall, good small pike. Comes out and he just goes in the water super clean. We're in for fun.
I don't know. I still like yours the best.
Well, thank you.
On to round number 2 after this. Here are the scores in the early going. Still 5 more rounds remaining, and back around to the start of the order now for this second round, and Patrick O'Brien from NC State.
So this is a back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So he goes off as a back 1.5 somersaults with 1.5 twist, gets into a pike position there, and clean entry. What you see here is that takeoff where he sees the water as he comes out and reaches out. It's a little off axis, but still a good dive. Just some small little deductions.
Pretty decent scores for the senior from Huntersville, North Carolina. Now Elijah Clear, the freshman from Georgia Tech, back around to his second dive.
So we talk about these elements of the dive, right? His starting position, I love his straight line. I love the big jump off the tower. I like the small tuck. He could point his feet in the tuck, but the entry ends up short of vertical and doesn't quite finish And that takes away from the overall impression, putting him in satisfactory.
Seamus Harding, the junior from Duke, up next.
So I want you to take a look at kind of what he's looking at while he's standing up there on the tower. He's looking down at the water that way and spots at the water there, comes out and looks, gets that kick, look, reach, but it just pulls by, putting those scores not quite as high as he would like, but still great takeoff.
Now here is Ben Wynn on the 5 meter, and the divers can pick which platform they want to go off.
Yeah, at the collegiate level, they are allowed to use the 5, the 7, and the 10 meter platforms. For some, don't have the facility, or you're just more comfortable doing those dives on the lower, but you get the similar degree of difficulties, so you can still score a lot of points even if you're down on the lower platform. So for this one, it's that inward 2.5 somersault tuck, so it's one less somersault than we just saw, and that is a very frustrating feeling for a diver. He saw him go to reach for the water and grab his hands, and he's going, yeah, I missed them, they came apart. And he's telling coach, and Mark's like, yeah, I see it, and it's there's nothing you can do at that point.
Well, Mohammed Farouk of Miami, the leader after that first round. He was top 10 in the 3 meter event earlier this week, finishing in 8th. So a strong start here tonight on the final evening of these championships.
So what you see from Muhammad here, he's twisting dive. He actually does a forward twisting dive. So he does a forward 1.5 somersaults with 2 twists. And then he does a separate somersault at the end and dives it in. Leaves it a little short. There's some form breaks in there where the feet come apart, and you see that. But that's all happening very quickly. And then you see the judges turn around and put their scores in almost instantaneously.
Noah Zawadzki, the Greensboro native and 5th-year senior at Virginia Tech, was 7th in this event last year.
And that's great. Again, this is where we're talking about the game of inches. Really small tuck, right there, just a tiny bit short of vertical, but it's super clean, super powerful. Just that little bit of short entry is why you see some scores that are just a little lower than the others.
Really does help you develop an appreciation for the athleticism to be able to spin so quickly, so violently, and still have that angle almost precise, entering the water at just about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's over and over, and knowing what you're looking for, what you see the surface of the water. Good, so Max is doing also the same dive. He's got that big jump there, and again, he's maybe just a little bit early coming out. He's finishing his 3rd final of the week. Maybe a little fatigue setting in, but that was a good start. Just hold it short.
And now back down to the 5 meter for Cameron Cash, the sophomore from Pitt. Final diver in round 2.
So you're going to see him score more points by doing the inward 2.5 somersault with 1 less somersault there, because he's going super vertical and straight. It's only a 3.1 degree of difficulty compared to 3.2, but still almost 80 points on that dive.
So back around to the 3rd round, starting immediately here. And our first diver, Patrick O'Brien, called off the platform. Well, he wasn't announced yet, so Can't dive until the crowd knows you're coming.
Yeah, and actually the referee has a whistle, which I don't know if you could hear in the background there, but that's usually giving them the signal to go after the dive's been announced. And he was just excited. Like I said, some of your focus is up there and you're hyper-focused and, oh, it's my turn. I'm ready. I want to get off here.
Round number 3 begins right here.
So it's a back 2.5 somersault tuck. You see him move away from the tower a little bit, and then as he comes out, he gets a little bit of arch and pull. And what I like to tell people is that if you start leaning in the beginning, it has to come out somewhere and you get that little whip at the end of the dive.
Elijah Clear will be next, the freshman from Georgia Tech.
So, again, you're going to see him looking down as he comes off and spot, kick, looks back and drills the entry. Just could be a little cleaner, but again, nice small tuck, spot, kick, looks back with his hands down, straight up and down. Just got to be cleaner on his entry. Nice dive.
When they're training, how often are you on the platform? How many dives will you do on a daily basis or a weekly basis, for instance?
You know, it depends from coach to coach and athlete to athlete and where you are in the cycle. But a lot of times you'll do a lot of the what we call lead-ups or build-ups where you're doing stuff off the side of the pool, off the 5-meter platform as these skills that are kind of building towards that, and maybe less numbers up on the 10-meter platform because it does take a toll on your body. But as you get closer to like even these meets, you're doing so many dives up there too.
It was a unique starting position, coming from the side to get to the handstand.
Right, and so the big part about the handstand dives is you have to show a steady vertical balance and show control as you go up into the handstand. He chooses to kick up, which is an option, but was he there to show quite enough control? Maybe takes away a half to a point from the judges.
Ben Wynn from Notre Dame on the 5-meter.
It's a good back 2.5 somersault tuck. I like the fact that he's up and controlled with his head down and getting into it. 1, 2, his spot, and he puts his feet just a little too high, so it washes a bit over, but it's good. It's in that good range, acceptable range where it's satisfactory to good still.
Now Mohamed Farouk, very much in the mix for Miami to get the win here tonight. And the transfer from Alabama, trying to improve from his 8th place finish in the 3-meter. And at the very least, get on the podium here on this last night of competition.
And I really like Mohamed's diving. He's very explosive and aggressive on his jump, small in his tuck and coming out. The only small deduction I see there is it's not quite perfectly square. There's maybe just a little bit of turn to the right-hand side. But again, I'm splitting hairs there.
Those are some big numbers. Yeah. That's a good dive. And now we drop back down to the 5-meter for Noah Zawadzki, the 5th-year senior from Virginia Tech. His first final of the week.
I love how high he jumps and how quick he gets this initiated. He's got 2 somersaults done by the 5-meter there and then kicks out and has 5 meters to look back and do a good lineup.
Now the second diver from Miami in the field, Max Flory. 2-time winner this week, and in this event the last 3 years he's gone 3rd, 2nd, and 3rd. So on the podium 3 straight years, but trying to get to that elusive top step and finally win it.
So we're going to see Max press up and do his handstand here.
So what happens now? Does he get penalized for that?
So that's considered a balk, where you started and you stopped and you have a restart. It'd be a 2-point deduction from the judges. Give yourself a chance to regroup. Talk about what happened. If he happens to do that again, don't expect that.
If for any reason he's just not comfortable trying this at this point, can he do a different dive?
He can't do a different, well, he can't at this point do a different dive. No, he could if it was before he went up there and started. So, again, what you're going to see is you're going to see him maybe not get enough movement away to get that kip going, so he's a little under the tower and it just ends up a little bit short of vertical. The judges' scores are going to be reduced by 2 points per judge, so it's going to be a little lower scoring dive than it could have been.
What you expected?
Yeah, I think those are the right scores. I mean, you're really looking at 6s and 7s, 6.5s with the dive he did, but with the 2-point deduction, you're down in there, so it's you're giving up 15, 20 points there.
Cameron Cash on the 5 meter to finish round 3.
Again, it's a nice, powerful, aggressive jump and spin. So you see him get that second somersault done almost just below the 5 meter, but he moves his hands a little bit before he looks back for the water, so it over-rotates again.
All right, halfway through it as we hit the midpoint of this competition. 3 rounds down, 3 still to go. And it is the diver from Miami, Mohamed Farouk, the sophomore and transfer from Alabama, who is the leader. And on to round number 4, 7-meter platform coming into use for the first time with Patrick O'Brien from NC State.
And he is doing a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck here, so going forward but rotating back towards the platform. And again, this is where our sport can be kind of unforgiving. It's a great jump and start. It's nice and small. And he kicks strong, but a little late, and then it just over-rotates again. So it's you have to put all of those pieces together. He's doing so many things right, and then you got to also be vertical on your entry.
Elijah Clear, and back up top. The freshman in his first final from Georgia Tech. Has some work to do, though, in the standings.
So, at first glance, I think he gets his arms all the way through. He's there, but he lets go a little bit too early. And as he does, he drops his legs and kind of pulls a little bit, so it ends up short. And again, you have to have all of those things working together. Just know where my spots are, know where I am, and then put my feet at the right place and angle so I can get in vertical.
Seamus Harding from Duke is on the 5-meter platform. Again, this is round 4 of 6.
And he'll like the scores on that. I think it's going to be, close to good, right on that borderline. He gets nice and small. He kicks strong, and he's tight, but he's a little arched in his back, and you see those feet kind of whip by just a little bit as he goes to the water. But again, if you're missing for 6.5s and 7s, that's certainly going to help you in this contest.
And they stay on the 5-meter here for Ben Nguyen from Notre Dame, the freshman in his first final. He has been diving exclusively from the 5-meter here tonight.
And this is a reverse 1.5 somersault pike with straight legs, which to me was very scary. I did not like that action, but he's doing a nice job with that of getting it moving. But then you got to also put your feet a little higher, because as you're going forward on this dive but rotating backwards, your momentum's working against you, so it kind of falls back down the hill.
Mohamed Farouk trying to maintain his lead as we move into the back half of this diving competition. 5th diver in round 4.
So we're going to see Mohamed do a different kind of arm stand. He's going to do a forward arm stand and also with twisting motion as well. So this has got some really good elements. A fantastic controlled vertical balance handstand. It's moving there. You can see the feet separate a little bit and then just a hair short, but again, so many good characteristics that it still ends up very satisfactory.
It's crazy. The average person can go out and shoot baskets on a basketball court. They can play tennis, they can play golf, they can do a lot of sports, but to go up, do a handstand like that, facing the water, 3 stories high, you're talking about elite territory.
Yeah, I mean, it is an extreme sport, for sure. I love his pike position in this. Look how small he gets. He's got his chest right on his legs, all the way in, comes out with straight legs and puts his back there. Again, still loses his feet a little bit, some small pieces there, but I love how powerful and fast he is. He's one of the quickest spinning divers that we have in our country.
Is that something you can improve as you go along, your spin rate?
You can learn to close your body and your positions faster, and also kind of getting to the right position first before you close. It certainly is something you work towards, through dryland training, through getting in the belt and getting in the harness and being pulled on those things so you can work on those pieces. Oh, so this is where Max is going to start to make his charge, I think. This is a back 3.5 somersault pike. Hardest dive we're going to see as far as in the backward category here. And that was a very good dive. I love the come out, hands down on there, and he just drilled it on the finish.
Nothing below an 8 for Max Flory, as he tries to rally from behind to win his 3rd event of the week. Now Cameron Cash of Pitt, last diver in this round.
And we like the jump. I like that he's very aggressive and he pushes and he gets small and little double, almost done at the 5 meter, but he lets go and puts his feet short of vertical and then tries to pull his body. But sometimes when you try to pull, you're in that arch and you actually drop your feet and end up a little short.
All right, so 4 rounds down, 2 left to go in the men's platform here tonight, and it is Mohammed Farouk who maintains the lead for Miami. Jason, you mentioned something before about training, getting in the harness, and doing your practices like that. Explain more about what that looks like.
So there's a lot of times where you have belt systems where you actually have pulleys and ropes and a belt that goes around your waist, so getting pulled and doing those repetitions and having the coaches stop you at the right spot and slow you down so that you can go through that same dive and get more repetitions in and figure out what that feels like.
Patrick O'Brien kicking things off in round 5.
And again, it's got a lot of satisfactory components to it. There's some form things in there. The little bit of flat feet, the knees apart a little bit, and then not quite tight on the entry.
So many things go by quickly to the naked eye in this sport. What are the differences between the top divers here and the ones at the bottom of the standings?
Just sometimes you find a way to slow those things down when they're happening in the air. I think you can equate that to a lot of other sports where, it's like, well, the game slowed down for me. When you're flipping and you're in that moment and you feel it, you see all of those things. And I like, this is a nice dive. It's actually a little lower degree of difficulty twister out of the back 1.5 somersaults with 2.5 twists. And it's nice and square and clean. He's got nice long lines, but it's just a tiny bit over for the very good scores, but still satisfactory good.
And now the middle length platform for Seamus Harding of Duke.
So He ends up a little short of vertical on the end, but I think that all starts up here where his hips start to move back a little bit. Instead of being powerful and up over the jump, it's not quite as aggressive up there and ends up just holding it short of vertical at the end.
And Ben Wynn has elected to go below the 10-meter for all of his dives here tonight.
And he's going to be very well rewarded, I think, for that. He does a nice kick to his handstand and presses up, gets this moving as this arm stand double somersault pike, and nice and clean on the entry.
We've seen divers on every platform so far this evening. And next up is the leader, Mohamed Farouk, who is up top. What are the biggest differences going from one platform to the next? Obviously, height is the biggest physical difference, but in terms of how it impacts the dives?
You know, you are typically, you know, yes, you can do more somersaults the higher you go, but you also have to be able to do them and execute them. So you may choose to do, you know, a dive on a lower platform because it's not as good yet. You're not quite comfortable with getting it in that consistent range. So Mohamed finds the vertical entry. I think he could be a little bit more in position here where he grabs a little smaller and tighter in his tuck, but you can't complain with that entry.
Three scores north of 8 for the leader, Farouk. On the 5-meter, here is Noah Zawadzki from Virginia Tech, the 5th-year senior, coming off a 7th-place finish in this event last year and in his first final of this week.
And that's a solid dive. Again, it's going to carry a little lower degree of difficulty at 2.5. The back 1.5 somersaults, 1.5 twists. But vertical, clean, and not well executed dive.
Well, Max Flory had his best dive in the previous round, and if he has hopes of chasing down his teammate, who's the leader, Mohamed Farouk, this is important. Second to last dive of the night for Flory.
So he is doing a forward 4.5 somersault tuck. It's also the hardest forward spinning dive we're going to see at 3.7 degree difficulty. And again, we're charging a little bit. I thought we were just a little forward with our chest and our balance in that start, but he gets nice and small and little, and he just puts a nice entry on it at the end. And again, we're charging.
Those are some huge numbers. 3 in excess of 9. Wow. Flory coming on strong late in these last 2 rounds. Here is Cameron Cash, the last diver of round 5.
I think one of the best things about Cameron's diving is he is so precise and tight with his body, toes, feet, lines, and very graceful. And that translates into those very good scores. Just, it looks effortless. I heard him talk about swimming that way, that it needs to look effortless. When it's done well, it looks effortless.
All right, so we're down to the final round, and it's the 2 Miami divers at the top of the standings. Farouk, the leader. Flory has moved into 2nd place. And for all 8 divers, one more chance to impress the judges. Patrick O'Brien leading things off as he has throughout the evening. When you consider the numbers coming into this final round, how big of a lead is this for Farouk? How much do you think can change with one final dive?
Well, it's significant. It's not insignificant at 20 points, but the degree of difficulty difference makes a difference there too at 3.1 and 3.8 for the 2 dives that they have. So Patrick's got his arm stand twisting dive. He shows vertical and control. Gets a little open and straight up and down. Pretty solid all the way around. I think that's a better score than he had in the prelim.
Elijah Clear from Georgia Tech, the freshman who comes from West Palm Beach, Florida, finishing things off with his last dive in his first final this week. And again, for the second time tonight, you see a diver bail out of a handstand.
You know, and one of the things you notice obviously on Eli here is the tape on his shoulder. I know he's struggling with that and trying to get as much support in there too, and that's a very challenging piece when you're trying to do a handstand and you're trying to do it to the best of your ability, show that balance and control. And again, he's gonna get some good scores, but they're gonna take some of it away because of the balk. And he wasn't quite vertical in his handstand. You may see some difference of opinion about that too, depending on what the judges thought.
Got to be so difficult to struggle with the handstand attempt and then have to go back and do it again. So much going on when you attempt that kind of a dive.
I think it's one of those. It's a lot like a free throw where you get it in your head a little bit of like,
yeah,
okay, I got to hold the handstand, and sometimes even good people with great handstands have those issues. So nice effort from Seamus here. It's the back 2.5, 1.5. Small pike. Could be deeper in that pike, but again, nice vertical entry and clean.
All right, our last diver on the 5 meter, where he has largely spent the evening. Ben Nguyen, the freshman from Notre Dame who comes from Dallas, finishing things off in his first final.
Sorry. So you see him doing a back 1.5 with 2.5 twists here on the 5 meter. Does a good job with it.
Well, Mohamed Farouk has been leading throughout this final here tonight on the platform. His final dive as he tries to cement his place at the top of the standings.
So this is Mohamed's reverse 2.5 somersault tuck on the 5 meter, right? Gets small in his tuck, but he's got to get going and get out earlier. He kicked pretty vertical there, and so it's going by. That's probably... And
the door is open.
Yeah, the door is open, and that's probably why he does reverse 2.5 tuck on 5 meter instead of reverse 3.5 tuck on 10. He's still working through those spots and figuring out exactly where to come out on that.
So one of his worst dives by the scores, and his teammate Max Flory just had his 2 best dives in each of the last 2 rounds. He's coming up next, sitting in second behind Farouk. This diver here, Zawadzki, the native of Greensboro here, so in front of the home fans.
This will be very interesting to see how they score it, because he goes up and almost goes through the handstand without that steady vertical balance, and then he rips it. Really good entry, but you have to take away for the handstand. It's part of the dive.
So it builds to this. Mohamed Farouk of Miami leaving the opening for his teammate Max Flory, who's been at his best each of the last 2 dives. has won twice this week, and now one more dive for the hat trick and his third win in Greensboro.
So Max has left his hardest dive for last. It's the forward 3.5 somersaults, or 2.5 somersaults with 3 twists in the pike position. He's going to do it in, so he's going to do the twisting and somersaulting first, and then do an extra somersault after that. So again, you got a lot of pieces going on where he's got that twisting dive, getting it moving, digging a little deeper there, not running out of space and not quite vertical.
That's about half the scores he had with each of his last 2 dives. So when he needed it most, couldn't execute. And now the final diver of this event, Cameron Cash.
Cameron's last dive is a handstand dive. That's a great way to finish our platform contest. That's a really nice arm stand double somersault pike where he puts a great entry on the bottom. And again, he's just a very classy diver.
So, as the numbers come in, there is your winner. Max Flory comes from behind. The mistake from Farouk on the final dive does him in. The 2 Miami divers go 1-2, but Flory had been trailing Farouk throughout the entire competition. But Farouk's last dive was his worst of the night, created the opening, and Flory didn't have his best dive in that final round, but still did enough to move ahead of Farouk and get the win. Wow, everything changed in the final round. Max Flory comes from behind to beat his teammate Mohamed Farouk and win his 3rd event of the week here at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Max, congratulations. When you hit the water with your final dive, what did you think? Did you believe you did enough?
No, certainly not, but I was happy to see that I did. It just shows that there's a little bit more work I need to put in.
Max, great job. Congratulations on an awesome week. That's all 3 titles, which has not been done since 2013 or 2014. What does winning a 7th straight title for the University of Miami mean to you? This is the 7th time it's happened.
It's very special. We put a lot of work in. We push each other's teammates every day, and we hope to just continue this on forward.
That was awesome. Congratulations again. Good luck at the NCAAs in a few weeks here. All right, take care.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So Max Flory sweeps the diving competitions on the men's side, and when we come back, it is a return to the pool and the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. That's after this. As we move from the diving back to the pool, it is the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. Virginia finishing off another very dominant performance on the women's side here in the swimming at the ACC Championships. They've been leading all week. And now down to the final few events. First of the 2 timed finals here will feature just 4 teams. Georgia Tech in lane 3, Miami in lane 4, Boston College in lane 5, and Pitt in 6. Amy is back. Thought you were going to bolt, but you hung through the diving.
Yes, I loved it. It was so much fun.
It was. Not often do you see a lead change like that on the final dive, but that's what happened. And now the 400-yard freestyle relay. What strikes you about this race?
This is just so much fun. A great way to end an exceptional ACC championships. Just getting to get together with, you can see they're having so much fun. Everyone laughing, having a good time. And this is just what college swimming is all about. Teamwork, relays, having a good time.
We will see the record holders coming up in the second final. Virginia has the Meet Conference, American, NCAA. They've got all of the top marks. 3:08.22 set last year. And 3 of the 4 swimmers who produced that record are back here tonight in front of this very large crowd at the Greensboro Aquatic Center. Been a full weekend of swimming, good crowds each of the last 2 nights, and now down to the final races on this last night of competition.
Everyone's just hanging out, waiting. Some of us are jumping around, some of them are shaking, some of them are laughing kind of with their teammates.
Had a little timing issue, squaring that away, and now ready to race.
Safe starts right there by everybody. Each swimmer is going to swim 4 lengths of the pool freestyle. And it's always so much easier to swim super fast on a relay because you have your other 3 teammates right there. And I do want to also point out, if you are the lead swimmer, your time will count for the individual 100 free. Because you are lead off, you get a flat start, you don't do that wind-up relay start. So, if any of these young women are going for an NCAA time, they can get it if they lead off the relay.
So a little extra motivation, some spice in the water for these swimmers on the opening leg here. They make the transition. How often do they work on those transitions? So much time is spent in the water with strokes and actual swimming, but the transition happens in the blink of an eye, so how much do they actually practice that?
They practice it all the time. These swimmers are working on starts, turns, finishes, all of the time, because it is all so important, and especially when you're doing these relay exchanges, because the difference between false starting and having an awesome start can be 1,000th or 100th or 1,000th of a second.
And while we expect the winner to come from our next heat, these are timed finals, so if whoever gets the best time comes from this particular race, they would be the winner.
You have to remember, you're always racing within your own lane lines, and you're racing a time, not necessarily the people next to you.
3rd of 4 swimmers for each team now in the water. Georgia Tech in lane 3 and Pitt out in lane 6. Those are the 2 schools right now battling for the front of this race.
Don't count out University of Miami in lane 4, because here they come.
Sophia Zinnis, the senior, making a move to get the Hurricanes in the mix. And now for the final leg, watch lane 3 in Georgia Tech's Dennis Erton. The freshman has been a winner on multiple occasions here this week.
Yeah, we heard her name a lot in distance events, not so much sprint events, but she is doing a really nice job. But look at up there in lane 6, Pitt is taking over right now. Claire Jansen has just turned on her afterburners.
Jansen providing a spark to give Pitt the lead here. Tight battle for second, developing in lanes 3 and 4 between Georgia Tech and Miami. But it's Jansen at the top of the screen, lane 6 for Pitt, pulling ahead, staying ahead, and getting the win for the Panthers.
That was a really nice relay by Pitt. They put that together so well. A lot of the relay order has to do with strategy. Some people would think you would put your fastest swimmer either first or last. Sometimes they end up putting them second. They call that the stopper position. So you stop anyone from getting ahead. And then they say that when you're ahead, you can always race ahead and stay ahead.
And now the final women's race of these championships. Virginia with all kinds of records, and they were all set last year. Meet, Conference, American, NCAA. Their record of 3:06.91 was set last March, and 3 of the 4 swimmers responsible for that record are swimming here next. For the Cavs, Gretchen Walsh and her sister Alex, the superstar senior Kate Douglas, while the newcomer is Lexi Cuomo, also a senior. She'll be swimming the 3rd leg for the Hoos. Virginia, so authoritative, so much in control, dominating on the women's side once again. They came into this week as the favorite, have never trailed, and now looking for one more emphatic moment here in their last race. Where do you expect their biggest challenge to come from?
Well, I think their biggest challenge will probably be NC State. They have just got a great sprint program, have for years. Obviously, on the men's side, they're very strong in sprinting, and they all train together, so watch for them as well. But right now, my goodness, Gretchen Walsh in lane 4 is just taking over this race already. She's already half a body length ahead.
The 2 Walsh sisters are bracketing the lineup for the Cavaliers. Gretchen going out first. Alex will be the anchor.
And we've got Kate Douglas, who's on the blocks in that stopper position as she gets ready to go.
Douglas a winner earlier tonight. Good transition, and Douglas maintains the lead.
Lane 3 in Louisville, we've got great, they're just swimming awesome, trying to keep up there, but no way, Kate Douglas is just so dominant right now.
Abby Webb losing ground in lane 5 for NC State. Douglas expanding on the lead for Virginia.
Look at Kate Douglas's stroke. She is pulling so much water with every single stroke. She went over on that turn a little bit crooked, not a big deal.
Biggest lead so far for the Cavaliers, with the 3rd swimmers for each team now in the pool. And for Virginia, the only swimmer who did not participate last year in their record-setting mark, this is Lexi Cuomo's time to deliver.
Look at how far underwater and how deep she went on this turn. Let's see if she does it again here. That is just amazing. Look at her diving down there. My goodness, she's gonna pick a penny up off the bottom of the pool.
Imagine what's going through her mind, knowing the other 3 have already set such distinguished marks. She wants to help contribute, make her mark on this team, and she is doing more than that, extending the lead to over a body length. With the anchor leg coming up, and Alex Walsh, the junior, in the water for the Hoos.
Nice, safe start as we have Alex Walsh here as the anchor leg. Again, nice underwaters, getting away from that wall of water that is right there. And look at this 2 body length lead.
Trying to take this wire to wire and lead from start to finish.
Right now we are on record watch. They are coming into it. Let's see if they're going to do it.
Alex Walsh on the money.
A brand new American record, a brand new conference record, a brand new meet record. The books have been rewritten here tonight in Greensboro.
Virginia, just impenetrable.
That relay, oh my goodness. That was absolutely spectacular. I didn't think it could get any better than last year, and there it is.
3:06.83. Won a relay yesterday. Run it back here today to finish off these conference championships with a flurry.
I love that. That was so cool. A great way to end a great meet.
So Virginia, Louisville, NC State in the top three. Virginia leading the way once again, winning the women's competition as we turn to the men for the final time. So the Virginia women just set another record in their final relay of the week. North Carolina State occupying the bottom step of the podium in third place.
Nice job for those ladies.
Kate Burkhoff, Abby Webb, Kylie Allens, Abby Aarons. In second place, going to Louisville. Gabby Alviero, Christiana Regenauer, Julia Dennis, and Ella Welch.
Those two teams were really close there at the end. Fun to watch. However, it was all Virginia.
Records 2 years in a row here at these ACC championships. The Walsh sisters, Gretchen and Alex, Kate Douglas, and the newcomer for this year, Lexi Cuomo, the senior.
Lexi was just having so much fun after the race. She took her caps off. She was giving us the V, smiling, laughing. That's what it's all about right there. So nice to be able to stand up there with your teammates, you know?
And now the men take over here in the 400-yard freestyle relay. North Carolina State has been leading by a healthy margin all week and finishing off yet another conference crown tonight in Greensboro. We will see them coming up in the next final. First of the two-time finals will feature just 3 teams: Boston College in lane 3, Duke in 4, and Pitt in lane 5.
Behind the blocks in this race, you've got so many emotions going through you. You're tired, you're exhausted, you're thrilled, you're nervous, anxious, excited, happy, all the things.
Trying to figure out if you have one more in you, right?
Oh, yeah, and sometimes to get up on that block for this last relay, you need those other 3 teammates there to help push you.
You have the motivation and the inspiration you get from your teammates, but also the sense of just not wanting to let them down. So you feel that weight, and that helps propel you on as well.
Exactly. You don't want to be, the one that lets your team down, because they will definitely let you know. Maybe not. It's not that cutthroat. But again, you live with these people, you swim with these people, you go to school with them, everything. They are your home away from home, and you don't want to let them down.
On to leg number 2, and in lane number 5, a small lead for Pitt. They have those yellow caps, but lane number 4 with Duke almost making it neck and neck. And that's something you don't often realize, is just how much time athletes in college spend with one another. When you think about the living, the practicing, the training, the meetings, the travel, and the competition.
It's all day, every day. These people are your people for the 4 or 5 years that you are in college. And it's a pretty cool thing.
Pitt extending the lead somewhat here on this second of the 4 legs. Dominic Sanchez finishing it off, and now into the second half of the race, third leg.
Nice underwaters right there. And you want to make sure that you get enough of a lead or you catch up enough for your anchor leg to give them a chance to win this heat.
Pitt still out front, but just can't quite shake Duke in lane 4. Final legs. For Pitt, it's Flynn Krischke, Dave Halloran for Duke, and Charlie Clark for Boston College in lane 3.
I mean, right now it is all Pitt. They have been so dominating. Look at that stroke. My goodness. Flynn Krischke, he's got that straight arm stroke. I love it. He gets a lot of distance per stroke coming into this last turn.
And now extending the lead somewhat at the best possible time. Pulling away and taking first place in this first final.
Who wants to hear some crowd noise? The Pitt crew is just going nuts. You can see their coaches in the mix as well. Well done, gentlemen, well done.
All right, the crowd really coming to life now for the final race of these ACC championships. All 8 lanes will be occupied. NC State has the Meat Conference American and NCAA record. It was set 5 years ago. So a clean slate, all new swimmers looking for another high water mark as the Wolfpack are poised to finish another demonstrative performance in winning by a huge number here at the ACC championships. Their win is not in doubt. All that's left is the way they're going to finish it off.
Exactly, and if you look at it on paper, they should win handily. However, paper never really actually swam a race, so I think we should go ahead and do it.
Does it float or does it sink?
I think it floats.
Take your mark.
Flanking NC State, though, a pretty good squad from Virginia in lane 3 and also from Virginia Tech on the other side in lane number 5.
Speaking of Virginia Tech, they were at that first 25 first with Yosef Ramadan, who has had just a spectacular meet.
Multiple wins for him. Carlos Colmardi will swim the second leg for them, the junior who's also been on the top of the podium.
Ramadan swimming so well right now, but do not count out. Look at Notre Dame up in lane 7.
Second legs. And right now it is the Irish in lane 7. Carson Wilburn, the senior, with a slight lead.
Look at this. We have got 3 teams that are just stroke for stroke. Also, lane 1, Louisville, don't count them out. They're right there with these guys.
Now lanes 4 and 5 now pulling even at the front. So it's really lane 7, lane 4, lane 5. North Carolina State, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech. And now, ever so slightly, it is NC State inching ahead. Third leg now underway. David Curtis, the sophomore, for the Wolfpack here, trying to extend the advantage.
And look at what is happening right above him at Virginia in lane 5. Pardon me, Virginia Tech in lane 5. They are catching back up.
Virginia in lane 3, Virginia Tech lane 5, and NC State in lane 4 still. A small lead here. Final turn on the third leg, and then the anchors will hit the water.
Because it's got to be a clean start. Everyone maintain low toes.
Trying to bring it home. For the Wolfpack, it's Noah Henderson, the senior. For Virginia, Jack Aikens, the sophomore. And for the Hokies, the sophomore, Mario Giannis.
Oh, this looks to be a great leg right now for NC State. Stay under that water. There we go. Here we go. This is where we just let it all out. Hit this wall well, and they will set you up for a great finish.
Henderson has the lead in lane 4, right in the middle of the screen. Lane 5 with Virginia Tech coming on, the sophomore Giannis. And at the finish, he nailed it. Noah Henderson for NC State as the Wolfpack finish off this domination in Greensboro.
Oh, look at this. Pure joy, excitement, exhilaration. So exciting. Now their chests are red because they're beating their chests because they just had a great race and really a tremendous meet all around for these gentlemen. Look what happens right after you win. Yes! Let's go! Pumpers! Yes, smack the water. I mean, that is just pure unbridled joy right there. And that's what this is all about. This is what ACC swimming is.
Let's go, Black.
I still want to know what those diamonds are. It's killing me right now, man.
It is a secret not to be revealed here this week, apparently.
Allegedly. I'm going to find out, and I will report back.
NC State, just so much talent, so much success. Going back over the last several years, came here as the heavy favorite. Sometimes when you are billed as the favorite, it's tough to live up to those expectations, but they did that and then some. They get the win in the final race of these championships, and they bring an end to what was just a very convincing overall team win.
You know, and sometimes when you are on top, it's hard to stay up there because everyone is gunning for you. If you're second or third, you have something to aim for, right? But if you're on top, the only thing you can do is top your scores from last year. It is tough, and so it's very, very cool to see teams like NC State on the men's side, Virginia on the women's side, just being so dominant for so long.
Just some staggering numbers put up by the Wolfpack each of the last 2 years, really. Just extending their own greatness.
And it really helps with recruiting, obviously. So then you can have a team that has a lot of depth. And that's how you end up winning championships like this. Yes, it is your top swimmers, but it's also the swimmers who are not the top swimmers because they are also scoring points for you and doing great things for the team.
Well, as we wait for the podium here and come to the conclusion of this week-long event, what really sticks out about what you saw this year here in Greensboro?
You know, I thought that this was an amazing ACC championships. It was my first one, and it was so exciting to see so many American records fall. At a time like this, we've got NCAAs coming up in just a few weeks, and to be able to put up times like that right now is just awesome.
That is the next step, the NCAA championships, as this brings the conference season to a close. It's such a tremendous event because it's the one place you gather all the schools from the conference and you just feel an energy at the venue and in the competition that you don't get anywhere else.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got rival schools that have been rivals for a really long time going head to head. So yeah, there's a lot of pride on the line as well. It's not just medals and trophies. A lot of pride.
All right, podium ceremony about to get underway.
What are you taking away from this week?
The impressive performances of the Virginia women. I knew that, or had a good idea that North Carolina State, giving their prowess, was going to come in and pretty much do what they did, but I thought Virginia could be pushed by a few different teams. And boy, they stood up to every challenge, won 2 relays each of the last 2 nights, so many individual winners. They showcased their depth, and I think Virginia was just as dominant, it felt like, and just as successful as this North Carolina State men's squad.
I have to absolutely agree with you. Virginia Tech getting their medals.
Good performance by the Hokies. They stayed in it all the way.
From North Carolina State, the Wolfpack.
But hard to beat the pack.
It's so hard to beat the pack. They are so dominant in sprinting. So of course these relays, they're going to be dominant. And look at this. How cool. Yes, we won. We're also going to congratulate you guys because you were there with us. I just love it.
400-yard freestyle relay.
2:47.32 did not break any records. However, that is a great time. Again, for this time of year, they've got to be really pleased with that.
All right, more trophy presentations to come, and we will see those as we bring you back here at the end of the ACC Swimming and Diving Championship. Coming back to Greensboro at the end of the competition here. Final night at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. More trophies to hand out as the swimmers soak in the moment. And now let's send you down to the awards presentation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we close it out tonight, it's time to turn your attention to the awards platform. We will begin our championship awards ceremony. First, we're going to introduce the MVP on the women's side, the most valuable swimmer from the University of Virginia, Kate Douglas. And now the MVP award, the most valuable female diver from the UNC Tar Heels, Aranza Vasquez. And now the team scores. In 12th place with 179 points is Boston College. 11th place with 315 points, the University of Pittsburgh. In 10th place, 382 points, University of Miami. 9th place with 388 is Georgia Tech. 8th place with 539 is Notre Dame. 7th place, 586 points, Florida State. Sixth place for the women, 654 points for Virginia Tech. Fifth place with 718.5, it's Duke University. In fourth place, 813 points, UNC. Third place, 1,077.5 points, the University of Louisville. Our runner-up with 1,272 points, NC State. The 2023 ACC Women's Swimming and Diving Championship Team, 1,536 points, the Virginia Cavaliers.
Abby, you ready? Okay, give him the boards.
Todd, congratulations. Hey, I just wanted to do a quick 4 in a row, right? It's 4th time. It's number 4 in a row. Yeah, it gets older, doesn't it? It goes real fast. I just want to say, what makes this year so special to you?
I think it's just the fact that every year, we try to get better and better, and we really try to set out at the beginning of the season to see if we can just outdo what we did the year before, and certainly I think we have, and they just we have really high expectations, and somehow they always seem to exceed them, which is just complete insanity in my mind. I mean, they're just unbelievable women, and they work hard, and I'm just really proud of them.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch all of your team continue to come in and dominate every year. Keep it going. Good luck at NCAA.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Awesome.
All right, so that is the Women's Award. On to the men and NC State as we continue from Greensboro. And the traditional celebration. You spent the last week in the water, but one more time as a champion.
Why not? I like that they're going in groups.
Good thing they can all swim. That's good.
Well,
good to know.
We do have a lifeguard with
right.
socks if they can't.
Once again, the Virginia women, champions of the ACC. And the coach has to do it.
Oh, ouch. Todd, you got to work on that entry.
I think he got caught between moves or dives and wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to do, and that's what happens.
Much painful.
All right, so the women celebrating in the dive well, while the men get set for their trophy here on the podium.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this time we'd like to award the most valuable swimmer for the men's. Our winner this year from Virginia Tech, Youssef Ramadan, is the most valuable swimmer. And the most valuable male diver from the University of Miami, Max Flory. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final scores for the men's. In 12th place with 158 points, Boston College. 11th place with 210 is Miami. 10th place with 321 points is Duke. Georgia Tech comes in at 9 with 484.5. UNC is 8th with 514 points. With 660.5, it's Pitt in 7th. 6th place, Florida State with 661. Notre Dame, 799.5 at 5th. Virginia in 4th place with 946 points. In 3rd place with 981.5 points, Louisville. In 2nd place with 1,008 points, Virginia Tech. And our champion, the men's 2023 ACC Swim and Dive, the Wolfpack NC State.
Braden, congratulations on repeat. Second time here in a rear. What makes this year special for you and this group of swimmers and divers you have and your team?
Every year has different adversities, different challenges, and this year is a different team. We got different guys here, some new for the first time, some many years, and every year is different, and it creates different challenges and opportunities for these guys.
You did an amazing job. It was a dominant performance. On to the NCAA's Minneapolis. Good luck there.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Good
Appreciate
job.
it.
All right, North Carolina State. Another resounding win here at the ACC Championships. So, they'll finish on the podium, and guess what's next?
I think we're going to take a jump in the pool.
They should have to go off the 10-meter, like Jason did earlier.
I think that would be amazing. Wonder how many people would still be up there hours later. Would you do it?
Under the right circumstances, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
I just ate, though, so it's not the right time.
You don't want to cramp.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So the big preamble and the preparation, I mean, they've only jumped in the water, 100 times over the last week?
Right. Why not one more time?
This you got to get right, though. I mean, this is your first time entering as a conference champion this year, so you want to do it right. This is about style and not speed.
That is absolutely correct. And I'll tell you what, some of these swimmers, may not want to get wet again. However, it always feels so good when you are the champions with a Gatorade. Oh my goodness.
Now you got to wash it off. Get the chlorine to take the Gatorade out. And they'll go in en masse. So the whole group.
Oh my goodness, the lifeguard in me is just like, no, wait till they get to the side before you jump in.
Now the finish in a massive way for NC State. Just like Virginia came in as the top-ranked team nationally in the ACC. Now they did exactly what they were expected to do and then some.
This is when you see why these are swim coaches and not diving coaches.
Yeah, the form is just slightly off.
Not good. Not good. I'd like to hear Jason's critiques on this. A little over vertical on that last jump.
So that closes out our coverage of these ACC swimming and diving championships. What a week in Greensboro here at this Greensboro Aquatic Center. Records were set, champions were made, and conference crowns were handed out. And it all ends with a party in the pool. And now for Amy Van Dyken and Jason Bauman. I'm Steve Schlanger. We thank you for joining us all week long here for the best athletes in the water here in the ACC. Virginia, the winners on the women's side, and NC State repeats for the men. And now, after a full Saturday night of swimming and diving and plunging, we say good night from Greensboro.